This conference will now be recorded.
Hey, I guess you're on.
Hey, Roy.
I see Roy's there, but I don't see his picture.
I think he wants to be in. Want to arm wrestle? Jim, you all done Christmas shopping? Are you all
No,
done
online.
Christmas shopping? I didn't hear what you
Grab a
said.
bottle of water.
I said, no, I haven't. I didn't even know it was Christmas coming around pretty soon.
Ignorance of the holiday is no excuse, Jim.
Yeah. I think there was going to be a lot of gift cards.
I got just the thing for your wife.
What you got?
What?
What you got?
How about a sign that says Janet's private privy?
Janet what?
Private privy.
Oh,
Little.
yeah.
She's got a sense of humor enough for that.
Depends.
We'll have to talk about it later.
Yes. I'm in a meeting. That's okay. What were you saying?
It'll be there at 6:30. And you can help Tyler with the kids. I'm gonna help Whitney go look for her something for Christmas.
Let me see. Okay. I think we're just missing one person, but we do have a quorum, and it's 3
Yeah.
o'clock.
I'm gonna go
Roy,
beat
are
on
we ready?
Erin's door. See where she might be.
Okay. Okay.
Hello, Aaron. Thanks for sending that stuff out about the ordinances, the criteria. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Hello? Hello,
Hello.
this is Jim Guy here.
Oh, good. All right, that's everybody then, I think. Roy, are we all here?
Sure.
Okay. Well, then let's call this meeting to order. Grab my agenda.
Howard, for some reason, you're the only one today that's listed as attendee 7 instead of your name. I wonder why that is.
Got me?
You on his phone?
Yes.
That's probably why.
That why? Oh.
I seem to have misplaced my agenda. I had it a minute ago. Okay, here it is. According to the consent agenda, if there's anybody who'd like to say anything that's not on the agenda, now's the time to do that. It won't be up for discussion, but can be added to a future agenda, or no action will be taken on it today. So is there anyone? Everybody's good. The first item on the agenda is a, pardon? Did someone have something to say? Okay, I would ask you to mute your mics unless you're speaking, and that way we won't get a lot of outside noise and interference. The first thing on the agenda is approval of the minutes from the November 2nd meeting, which I understand are not available at this time. So I think we'll have to skip over that one. The next item, and for those of you that don't know, this one was considered last time. I think everybody was here last time. It's an application for a variance granting relief from the requirements of Section 22 of Chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to allow portions of an existing fence, wood privacy, type E, to exceed 6 feet in height at 21007 Niagara Code, Highland Lake Estates, Section 32, Lot 32192, and a 0.0179 acre tract at the rear of this lot as described in the document 20171367757 of the official public records of Travis County. Roy, I guess, do we not have a liaison comment this time?
Well, we didn't have a liaison named when we posted the agenda, Madam Chair. So
Yeah, okay.
we now
All
have
right,
one,
so
however.
Oh, yeah? Who is it?
She is there. She just raised her hand. Miss
Oh,
Miss Mary.
Charlene Mary. Nice to meet you, Charlene.
Thank you. I'm happy to be here.
That's typically open for a comment first, but it's not on this agenda as presented. So I guess we'll move on to a staff presentation, and that is Roy.
Yes, ma'am. And we've got a fairly full agenda. In the interest of time, unless somebody has any questions, I'm not sure I have anything really to add.
Okay.
Roy, I got a
applicant.
Yes, sir.
we were talking about the retaining wall on this property last time, and he was going to get you information on it. to see if it was approved by the city, et cetera, et cetera. Has anything happened on that?
I haven't received anything, and
I have everything here. I didn't know where to send it. If you want to give me an email real quick, I can get it shot out.
I mean, we have various email addresses on our website. Mine, a generic one for developments, you know, but I'm not so sure, you know, exactly, you know, what the reason is, but you know, if typically if it's more than 4 feet in height, you know, we would require an engineering and
Correct.
geotechnical services for the wall.
Correct. And I have all that information here with me.
Right.
I have the engineered letter. I have the drawing.
Well, to the best of my knowledge, we don't have a permit on that wall, so that would be the way we receive it typically.
Okay, so you guys, I was just under the assumption from the last time we had met that I just needed to get all this documentation together. I had no idea it should have been sent out to anybody at that time. I thought we would just discuss it here. So you guys, I guess, tell me what you want and what I need to do, and that's what I'll do.
Well, that'll be up to the board, you know, in terms of that. But, you know, whether that wall is considered a retaining wall or part of your fence or whatever, you know, that just depends on how you want to submit it. You know, if they want to call that a fence and say that fence is fine and doesn't need to be a retaining wall, you know, that'll be the end of that.
Hey,
Okay.
Fred, this is Howard. I have the thing that Aaron sent us says that must grant a variance if evidence shows that a variance would not adversely affect other interests. And in parentheses, this is why it is important to hear from any neighboring owners. Well, we have an opposition from the person that evidently lives behind them. It says lowers property value and our property backs up to this property. We do not want two different styles of fences on the back lot.
That
So this
property,
tells me,
that property
and
across the street.
just a minute,
Sorry,
this
one
tells
person at a
me,
time.
this
I
tells
believe-
me, Fred, that according to what Aaron sent us, we have no other choice. We have to deny this variance.
That property.
According to what she sent out, it's real simple.
I understand what you're saying.
straightforward.
That property in the opposition is across the street of the front of my house. They are not even on the same side of the street. I don't back up to them. The people right behind me are okay with it. They agree with it because it helps erosion on their yard. I have drains back there. It keeps water from flowing downhill to their property. The opposition is a property owner that doesn't even have a house on it, that is across the street, the north side of Niagara.
That's what they made it sound like in this thing here that they were the one directly behind this property.
I agree, and they're not. That's right. I saw that letter.
That's good to know.
So are we talking the drainage that you're averting, is that because of the retaining wall? That has nothing to do with the fence, does it?
I added the wall before the fence. It's a retaining wall I did for drainage to help kind of level it up because everything flowed downhill, which was going towards the neighbor directly behind me to the south. I added the wall. I added drains in the backyard. There's weep holes in the wall on the side. And I did that for erosion. And then we ended up building the fence on top of it.
Right, but the variance has nothing to do with the retaining wall. Variance is due to the
Well,
height of
it
the.
does, because if that retaining wall is part of a fence, it's only allowed to be 18 inches tall before it requires a permit. And when you put the fence on top of it, it has to be included as part of the height of the fence.
Right, but what we're granting the variance on is the fence height.
Right.
That's what the variance was requested for.
But if the wall is 5 foot tall, then an 8-foot fence is only 3 feet above that.
I agree.
If a
The
6
wall-
foot fence, then it's only, you know, another foot. So, I don't see any way that we can approve this variance
The fence
until
is
you
not on the wall.
get wall permitted.
The fence is not on the wall, and only a short, the corner of the wall is 4'8". It's 8 inches over 4 foot, and then it goes from that to 0 in both directions.
The fence itself is 8 foot, right?
Yes, sir. On that backside.
And an 8-foot fence requires a variance. I mean, that's so regardless of, you know, retaining wall or whatever, the 8-foot fence requires a variance because you're only allowed a 6-foot fence.
If I would have known that, again,
And that's what we're doing here is we're looking at a variance for that 8-foot fence.
So Fred, correct me if I'm wrong, but what you're saying is that retaining wall has to be considered part of the fence?
Yes, because his 8 foot is going up and above that.
So-
It's my understanding that wall has to be considered as part of the height, the fence height.
how? It's a retaining wall. It's holding dirt. The fence is in the dirt.
But according to how the city looks at it, it's part of your, I think it's, and correct me if I'm wrong, Roy, what is your opinion of that?
A wall is a fence. Doesn't really matter.
What about on the end where the retaining wall grades down to nothing? I also live in the home with the
Yeah.
applicant.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
That end is also 8 foot.
The wall, she's saying the wall goes from the corner and it zeroes out to existing grade.
Right. So there are
Retaining wall.
portions that are shorter.
Okay.
I have a question for Aaron. Hey, Aaron, according to what I understand from what you sent out, we have to show that there is a particular hardship on this for this variance to be granted. Is that correct?
The
No,
applicant
he
has,
has to show.
that's correct.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
It
The
is
applicant
correct?
has to demonstrate the hardship, not the commission or the board.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that last part.
It's the applicant's burden to establish that there would be a hardship.
Okay.
So where do we start?
technically, we're looking at a 8-foot fence on a 5-foot retaining wall, which is a 13-foot fence.
Are y'all up for discussion on neighboring properties?
Are we up for discussion?
Yeah, I mean, this makes no sense how you can consider a retainment wall part of a fence. A fence is a fence. A wall is a wall. In my backyard, the builder built a retainment wall in my backyard. My fence starts at the bottom by my house, goes up over the retainment wall, which the top of my fence is probably to the roof of my house. But the thing is my house is different than Marcus's house because his backyard slopes down in his backyard, but my backyard goes up. So what's the difference in a retainment wall holding? It's kind of opposite from his backyard to my backyard. So the top of my property in my backyard is high. So I have a retainment wall to hold back the soil, just like he does have a retainment wall to hold back his soil. So it makes no sense. I pulled a permit, mine got approved. I have a 6-foot fence. So technically, if y'all are saying that, y'all approved a 30-foot fence in my backyard. I mean, y'all don't even know what y'all are talking about because probably none of y'all have been in construction So it makes zero sense at all.
Well, in one area, the fence is unequivocally 13 feet high. Apart
No,
from
it's not. A wall's a wall and a fence is a fence.
Yes, and at one point, the fence.
The fence sits inside the retainment wall.
Marcus, let her
He
finish talking,
alters
please.
the topography of the property. It's
Right.
not.
So my property in the back in my backyard, from the backyard of my property, the grade slopes down to my house. So my house sits lower. Marcus's house sits up high. His fence would have sat real low. So it's the same thing. It's just opposite. But y'all approved a fence in my backyard, but to be okay, and mine's 20 feet tall. So y'all got to get on the same page. Y'all got to get on y'all approved it. So why wouldn't you approve this? Y'all got to get on the same page, whether it's one way or another. It makes no sense where y'all's logic is going with this.
Well, let me tell you where my logic is. My logic is that fence is 8 foot high. Is that right or wrong?
Right. Okay. So in the last conference call,
does our ordinance allow fence without a variance?
The variance was because we have a sex offender that lives behind us, and we want privacy in our houses because we have kids. So that's where it all rolled around to where.
All right, let's talk about that. Let's talk about it. I'm going to tell you, if you want a variance based on that as a hardship, you may have a point, but that isn't what your application says. I looked for precedence on that issue. I could not find it.
Right. So when all this was said and done in the conversation last time, it was that because we have a sex offender that lives on the street behind us, and we want, we got kids and stuff like that. If we want an 8-foot fence for privacy, why shouldn't we be able to have that? You got somebody looking in our backyard because the photography on our street is higher up than the one where he lives. That's where this all came down to as far as getting it accepted.
The problem is that 8-foot fence.
Marcus, let him finish talking, please.
Right in the sideline from where that officer lives.
If y'all don't mind, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I don't think it's the applicant who's speaking. I'm a little confused as to who's speaking. I think it's a caller who called in who is speaking, someone who wants to participate in citizens' comments. I don't think this is the applicant you're hearing from.
Right.
No, it's not.
Sir, could
No,
we have
I'm
your
not the
name and
applicant.
your address, please?
Cody Parsons. My address is 21104 Niagara Cove. I live on the corner.
Thank you.
I think Jim Carson, this Howard, is correct. There's nothing in this application that states that the sex offender is based, the hardship is based on the sex offender.
We didn't
There's
know
nothing
anything
in this
about it.
application that says that.
We didn't know anything about it until after this was all said and done.
Well, but you clearly have in one point a 13-foot wooden fence. And adjacent to that, you've got an 8-foot wooden fence on top of a retaining wall, a 5-foot retaining wall.
Marcus, if you were to lower this to 6, if you were to lower this to 6 feet, Marcus, if you were to lower this to 6 feet, can the sex offender look over your fence?
I would have to be standing out there, to be honest with you.
Can I say something about that?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
Okay, if you look at the pictures that we have, there's a picture of Marcus's backyard.
Yes.
And if you look, it's kind of looking at the corner there. Do y'all see that picture?
Yes,
Do you
I've
have-
seen that.
I'm sorry, Freth, I didn't hear you.
I said, yes, I've seen that picture.
Okay. That house that you see down there is the house that he's talking about. That's a sex offender. Am I right, Marcus?
I don't have
Well,
I'm
the
sorry,
fact
sir.
is,
Can we get your name? Oh, is it Amadeo? Are you the one speaking?
I am the one speaking, yes,
Okay,
yes.
thank
Okay, so based on this picture, really, and that's a 6-foot fence down there. The only way that you obstruct the view from your backyard where this picture is taken to that house is to build about a 20-foot fence.
He's
So I don't-
right, he's
I don't-
referring to page 18 of your packet.
Are you
On the
referring
lower
to this house, this picture?
Yes, that house that you see in the corner that's the sex offender's house.
Okay, thank you.
So really and truly, the only way that you block the view to that house is that, yeah, I mean, you'd have to build at least another 6 feet from this view.
I believe it appears to me that the 8-foot section of the fence is not even toward that part of the yard,
That's correct. That's a
on the
6-foot fence.
opposite
there.
side
Yes,
of the
Yeah.
yard.
yes. So the 8-foot fence, I don't think the 8-foot fence has anything to do with the sex offender, frankly.
No.
So yeah, I guess here's a question. Here's a question. Are we going to allow that retaining wall to stay there and just be called a retaining wall and not be part of the fence? Because if we are, then in my opinion, clearly the only thing he has to do is reduce the height of that fence, okay, down to 6 foot, and he would be within regulation. If the retaining wall is to be included as part of that fence, then we're talking about a whole different issue.
But the fence should be on the ground.
It is.
And there's a 1-foot space or more between the backyard neighbor's fence and his fence and retaining wall.
Right.
So if his fence was on the ground and 6 foot tall, it would only stick up above his retaining wall about 1 foot. But if
Right.
it was 8 foot tall, it would stick up about 3 feet. So
The retaining wall is 4'8" in the corner. And from that point to each end, it zeroes out to nothing. It is not it's not 6 foot, it's not 5 foot. There is maybe 5 foot long section that is over 4 foot. It zeroes out to nothing. It goes from 4'6", 4'8" to nothing. I did that for erosion control. I did that for watershed, for sheep flow. I did that to control the environment. And then we added a fence in the dirt where we filled. It's all dirt. We added a fence.
Press this,
I'm not
Howard.
blocking- I'm not
We keep
blocking
skirting
anybody.
the issue.
I'm not blocking
Is
anybody's
this,
view.
where is the hardship? There's the question. Where is the hardship? If the hardship is the sex offender, yes, I can agree with that. If the hardship, if he's trying to show a hardship because of the way his property is, I don't see a hardship.
There's not a hardship of flooding the neighbor's property because everything flows that direction.
well, didn't it always flow that direction before you
You
diverted it?
cannot legally divert water, but if that's the natural flow of water, it's up to the neighbor to divert that.
I'm diverting
That's
it
why
myself for myself as well.
That's why the city engineer needed to be involved in the construction of that retaining wall.
Well, the height of the fence that is on top of the retaining wall really doesn't have anything to do with the flow of the water. We're still talking about the overall height,
Right.
overall height of the barrier. And so the height does not have any effect on the flow of the water.
Correct.
The wall does. So you're telling me to control the water, put up a retaining wall, and I can only have a 1 or 2 foot fence? What is that going to hold back? Where's the privacy there?
Well,
I thought we were talking about water flow, not privacy.
It's all inclusive. What's going to keep the dog in? The dog's going to hop a 2 foot fence.
My dog can't jump a 6 foot fence. I don't know about yours.
I'm not talking 6 foot. You're telling me I can only have a 1 or 2 foot fence.
Well, the variance is to approve an 8-foot fence, which is outside of the ordinance. We're not talking about a 6-foot fence. 6-foot fence is allowed. So
I
that's
understand.
up to the city between the wall and a 6-foot fence. What's before us is an 8-foot fence,
Correct.
which I personally don't see the hardship that where you need an 8-foot fence on top of an elevated area of property. You have to be a giant to look over it.
I
Even
think,
from your side.
yeah, in my opinion, at the very least, that the 8-foot fence needs to be rejected for a 6-foot fence. And then if you want to allow the retaining wall, then just leave the retaining wall with a 6-foot fence. To me, that's the very least we need to do.
Well, and just for clarification, and once again, we don't have drawings of this wall, but we have photographs that would suggest that the retaining wall is on the inside of there's a fence concealing the 5-foot retaining wall plus the 8-foot of fence that extends beyond that. If it is in fact built on top of that wall and there is no 5-foot fence covering the retaining wall at a lower level, we would treat that as a 8-foot fence and not a 13-foot fence. But we don't have any documentation because of the lack of permit to even evaluate this. All we have is photographs.
I understand that. And like I said last time,
So-
if I was
so
aware
here's
that-
what-
Go ahead,
Did you
sir.
say something, Jim?
I think that, huh? Can you hear me?
Yes.
I got a little voice problem, but I think the 8-foot fence is what's in question here. Do we grant a variance for an 8-foot fence? I don't think we have any hardship that really allows us to grant that variance. Now, the question of whether or not the fence is on top of the wall, that's going to be settled when he goes for a permit for the wall and the fence.
So Jim, would you like to make a motion?
You came out to the house. I met you out there. You came in my backyard. You said it looked great and that you didn't see any issues personally.
Who did?
Who was that?
That was me. That was me, Marcus. I went out to your house and saw it. And personally, I think it is a good looking fence and I like it, but I can't make that decision because I like it to break the regulations. This is something the board has to decide. And again, we're allowed to grant a variance only if there's a hardship. And I'm with my fellow board members here. I don't see a hardship.
Personally, I think that if that fence is not on top, not directly on top of that retaining wall, if it's offset back towards your house,
it is
a good case that a 6-foot fence wouldn't require variance.
Correct.
And I think that when you go to get the permit for the wall and the fence, that's going to be determined. If they won't give you a permit for a 6-foot fence, come back and ask for a variance for a 6-foot fence. But, well, now, I think
I've already paid for all of that. I've already taken care of all of that because that was the first issue at hand. And then when we talked last month, that's when the issue with the wall came into play.
you've already paid for the permitting.
Yes, sir.
For the fence.
What's the status of the permit?
I honestly don't know because I didn't realize that this was separate, I guess, from the city. Whenever I got my letter, I took care of everything like I was asked to do. I assumed that was to you guys. I guess y'all are separate. I haven't talked to anybody, every fee that I received, we paid. And I thought that's all that needed to be done.
The things that we consider are things that have already been rejected by the city or denied because they're outside of the variance. I mean, outside of the ordinance as it stands. So I don't see any way that we can approve that 8-foot fence.
I
But
agree.
we can put it to a vote here, and you know, this committee needs a super majority, which means 75% of us have to be in favor before anything passes. That means 6 out of 7 have to be in favor of the variance. So would anyone like to make a motion one
I
way or
don't
the
guess I
other?
understand what the huge issue is.
Madam Chairwoman, point of order.
Okay,
You need to open this up to public comment before you can, any of the members can make a motion.
that's true. I believe we've already heard from some of the public. Is there any other comment from the interested parties regarding this piece of property and fence? No one?
I don't understand what the issue is if it's not harming anybody. Nobody has an issue with it. Nobody that lives around me has an issue with it. Nobody does. The people behind me are in favor of it. I'm not blocking anybody's
So-
view.
Mr. Johnson,
Go ahead, Aaron.
Mr. Johnson, that's not the legal standard by which this commission, this board is required to evaluate your application. There are specific legal requirements that they are required to evaluate for a variance. Whether it's your fence or something else, the variance has to be consistent with the public interest. That's something they consider. There have to be special conditions on your property that exist on your property, of which literal enforcement of the ordinance would result in an unnecessary hardship. And the issuance of the variance would result in substantial justice. That's the legal standard they have to apply across the board. And so it's not about whether your neighbors don't care, whether it looks nice, whether it, was well built or not well built. It's about these particular factors that are laid out in the law. And so that is why these ladies and gentlemen are looking to determine whether or not you have provided evidence or information to substantiate that there is a hardship that you would suffer if they don't grant the variance. And so that is why they keep asking you about where's the hardship. And so that's, if you don't have that information, if you can't provide that information, you're really putting them in a difficult position, because they are not allowed to grant the variance if you cannot provide something that justifies or substantiates that your property would be subject to a substantial or an unnecessary hardship if they do not grant it. And so that is what they are looking for, is for you to provide that information. That is your burden today. They tried to get that information from you last time, sir. And with all due respect, they're going to take public comment, and then they're going to have to make a determination about whether or not your application meets these factors. Those are the findings that they are required by the law to do. It's not personal, sir. It has nothing to do with you. It has nothing to do with your neighbors. Specifically in this particular case, especially given that the people who are abutting your property upon at which this particular fence would be 8 feet or greater than 8 feet, don't object. Now, if the people who were abutting your property against which that separates you from them, where this taller than regulation fence was installed, they objected, or they could provide they could substantiate how this would adversely affect them, then the commission can consider that. But if the only opposition to your application is from the neighbors across the street, those points would not be particularly relevant to their consideration today. So I just want you to lay out for you, to be clear what these ladies and gentlemen are required to consider today and what they can't consider.
Okay, well, you just had a lot of information. Can you repeat the very first part that you said about the community?
Sure. So it says that the variance is consistent with the public interest and the spirit of the ordinance.
That right there. Isn't everybody coming and having to fight you guys regarding an 8-foot fence? That's community, isn't it? That's the area that we're having these issues all over the neighborhood.
Mr. Johnson, it's the variance is consistent with the public interest. The variance, the request that you've made today. Now, that's not to say, sir, that the commission, our commissioners, one of which you have as a liaison here, Miss Marion, is one of our newest council members. The council can consider changes to the ordinance. That's not what's before this commission, this board today. The board has to consider your request and whether your request is in the public interest. And so it's apples and oranges, sir.
Okay. Well, I'm no lawyer, but I feel like I need one.
Madam Chair, if you want to take any additional public comment, if there's any, and then the matter should be ready for your decision.
I see a gentleman down here with his hand up. Did you have a comment, sir? You're muted.
Yes, Madam Chairwoman, thank you for recognizing me. Just a quick follow-on question, clarification that I'm addressing to the board, as is appropriate. If he doesn't have a hardship, if the applicant does not have a hardship, as Aaron pointed out, a neighboring property who is adversely impacted by the fence would then have a claim against the city for having approved the variance when there was no hardship. So it sounds like you guys don't believe that he has a hardship as is defined by case law and city ordinance. It therefore begs the question, is there a neighboring property who would have the potential of a valid claim in the future? If there is no potential valid claim in the future, then that would effectively resolve any liability for the city. So put another way, are there any neighboring properties? So the way out to approve it as I see it was only if there is no neighboring property that adversely affected and can claim that the hardship was not appropriately granted. Is that the case? That's the question I think y'all should be, one of the questions y'all should consider. Looking at the map, is there a property that borders his property that would be adversely affected if you granted the variance?
I think the question or part of the answer to that would be that the definition of adversely affected, I mean, there's definitely neighboring property owners, and they could obviously change from the property owners that are adjacent today.
Correct.
And they may define adversely affected differently than the current ones do.
Well, so then what we have to do is look to the, may I respond, Madam Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
Then perhaps the way you quantify what could be defined as adversely impacted is, would any of those neighboring properties, should they exchange title or transfer title at some point, the deed belongs to someone else, would they claim, could they justifiably claim that their view is impacted? Could any of those things that our city ordinances seek to preserve be claimed by a future owner?
One more question, and Aaron, this is for you. If we allow this, would we be setting a precedent where somebody lives 3 blocks away could come back to us and say, go look at that property, you approved it, why are you not approving mine?
No, sir, every case has to be looked at in its own merit, and every applicant has to demonstrate the hardship that they would endure should the application, their variance not be granted on their particular property. That's the whole nature of variances. It's specific to property and the applicant's demonstration that they have a particular condition that exists on their property that warrants granting.
Did that answer Paul's question?
That answered my question.
Do y'all have any ordinances against having a sex offender like in your backyard? Anything like that?
I don't think that's pertinent to this case.
Is there any further discussion?
Paul, do you feel like your question was answered or addressed properly?
Thank you, Mrs. Aird. No, I don't. I don't think anybody really knows that, you know, the question is a hypothetical, and it is, if you grant the variance, is there culpability, is there potential culpability for the city down the road? That's for you guys to decide. But that being said, is there another path? I mean, I would just, as a citizen, I would just encourage you guys to consider, perhaps, if those of you who are inclined to vote against the variance, to perhaps suggest to the applicant what you would approve, or make sure he understands what he could get approved if he changed things on his end. I mean, at least that way he's got a path to some type of remedy.
Madam Chairman?
Yes.
I think that this, although I don't 100% agree with Mr. Roberts' legal analysis of the issue, I will say he did make a good point that I think should bring you back to kind of the list of 7 items that for which the board should make findings, and that may lead you to kind of where you want to be as far as a decision. I provided to those to each of you as a board. The first one being that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the land involved such that strict application of the provisions of this chapter would deprive this applicant of a reasonable use of the land, or would result in significant practical difficulties or unreasonable hardship, or unreasonable disruption of the natural terrain, or unreasonable destruction of existing flora. I would encourage you as a board to go through each of these factors, have a discussion, and come to some conclusion regarding where you stand on these. And that way, that would lay out in the record properly the findings of the board. And I think it will lead you to your natural conclusion.
Hey, Pratt, this is Howard. Number 3 says that there is no reasonable alternative to the requisite variance that will alleviate the difficulty or hardship for the variance is requested. Now, to me, that means that Marcus could say that, hey, I have a sex offender on the corner. He could redo his application, say, I have a sex offender on the corner, and I would be more prone to say, yeah, your 8-foot fence, you know, I'm have my 8-foot fence because I want to protect my children and my wife, and I would be more prone to approve that as a hardship.
But that sex offender is on the opposite end of the property from where the fence is in violation.
Well, I think he's got an 8-foot fence all the way around, doesn't he?
No, it's 6 foot.
No,
Okay, it's just in the back?
Yeah.
portion of the back.
And me, I don't understand why an elevated portion needs a taller fence. So, like, okay.
Why could you not look at it the other direction? You're talking about I have to have a hardship, but what if there's no hardship on anybody else, then it still shouldn't be an issue.
Like we said, those people can change. I mean, they can sell their house to someone else who may have an issue. It won't necessarily be the same people all the time. And even if it was a vacant lot, eventually with the development, somebody's going to end up living there. So, you can't foresee the future to see who's going to be there and object or not object as property changes hands. But we'll go through these 7, and Aaron read the first one to you. The second one is a variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial right of the applicant. He might could say that one applies. There is no reasonable alternative to the requested variance that alleviates the difficulty or hardship. We haven't identified a hardship, so a 6-foot fence would certainly, I think, provide the same level of privacy at that height. If you have a comment, please speak up as I go through these.
I just, is an 8-foot,
I'm sorry, what?
is an 8-foot fence illegal?
It requires an exception to the rule. That's what a variance is all about. So he needed, other than just a fence permit, he needs to be approved for an exception to the rule. The ordinance allows a 6-foot fence, not an 8-foot. So 8-foot fence is not illegal, but it's an exception to the ordinance that has to be approved.
And it's all based on what y'all's opinion is on what a hardship is and what is this and that.
Well, what we go by.
Because I mean, obviously it's not hurting anybody.
I'm sorry, would you repeat that?
I said, obviously it's not hurting anybody. Like 2 feet is not really hurting any neighbors or anything. I mean, it's like, it's already said and done. The fence is there. It's kind of like, if somebody has a problem with it or even had a problem with it to even get us here now, if somebody had a problem with it later in life, 10 years from now, then couldn't they just worry about it 10 years from now? Or I'm just asking.
Hey, Aaron, Howard, I have a question for you.
Yes,
What
sir.
if, can we say the variance is approved? However, if any neighbor in the future was to complain about the fence, that, he would have to reapply for the variance for 8 feet. Can we do that?
No, sir. No, sir. No, sir. The law requires that you go through and the board makes specific findings. You determine that there was a hardship, and that's really kind of tied into the number 1 on your list of 7.
Okay.
So you kind of have to start there and peel this away one bite at a time and make each of those findings. Whether it impacts somebody later on down the road is not necessarily the basis for determining whether or not you would grant it today. Mr. Johnson has the burden of establishing that he has some hardship that's based on his particular property, and that the hardship is not something that he created. So, given that he hasn't articulated and hasn't gotten permitted the retaining wall, that would have helped, because it would have provided some information about whether or not that was necessary or whether that was just something he wanted to do so that he could have more flat property in his backyard. And that, because your hardship cannot be self-created. The fact that he extended out that back part of his property and put the retaining wall is something that he created. And so that can't be the basis of a hardship. So that's not a reason to give him extra height because he then raised up his property. You can't come dump a bunch of dirt in the back of your property and raise it up and then say, okay, I need a taller fence because now I have a higher viewpoint. So you can't self-create the
I
variance.
don't have a higher viewpoint. I did all of this because the house is up so high. The house itself, I did not have the house built. I bought the house as is. The
Sure.
house itself was built up on a higher elevation. I didn't choose that. That is.
Also, that's how our fence is. I mean, it, like Cody was saying earlier, our fence is almost taller or at our roof line. I mean, it's the exact same as to his situation. It's just, yeah.
Madam Chairman, again, I would ask that you focus on the facts of this particular case as a board. Whether someone else's fence met the requirements and was evaluated separately is irrelevant to whether or not you should grant this variance or not.
Thank you, Erin. I believe we got down to number 4, and that one says that the variance will be no greater than the minimum required to alleviate the difficulty or hardship where the variance is requested. So I still, at this point, don't see personally
What does that mean?
8 foot better than a 6 foot fence. Any other comments on that?
What does that mean?
What does that mean? That means if there's another answer that is within the ordinance, then that's the way it should be decided.
I don't guess I understand.
And is it a language barrier, or do
Yeah,
I need to read?
Yeah, call me a dumbass. I don't understand what you're saying.
I'm reading directly from.
I get that, but I don't guess I understand the language or what that is supposed to actually mean.
Okay, let me give you an example. If somebody wants to put a fence in their front yard and they want it to be a wooden fence that you can't see through, that is not approved in accordance with the variance, with the ordinance. But if they wanted to put a wrought iron fence in the front yard, that is in accordance with the variance and they would be allowed to do that. Now, the question may be where they place the fence at that point because of right-of-ways and setbacks, but it's not within the ordinances in any form or fashion to put a side obstructing fence in the front yard. So that would require a variance if somebody were to insist on that's what they wanted, was a wooden stockade fence around the front yard. It would probably not be approved because it's not the minimum that can be done to alleviate the problem. But so far, we're yet to see where the hardship lies or the problem, other than the topography of your yard, which you have altered. So as Erin has stated, that you have sort of created that problem.
I also fixed other problems doing it.
Well, and again, that is your assumption, I guess, because there were no engineers consulted for the city approval, or you're not allowed to alter your property without a permit. I mean,
Can he send the engineering drawings?
You probably need to apply to the city for a permit for that retaining wall and get it approved. That's probably where you need to start. And, you know, if they, if they decide that that was not the way to go because, you know, you've moved all the dirt around, now the drainage has changed. I don't know where you stand there, but I think it goes back to the city. I don't think all we're supposed to be considering is your 8-foot fence, that section that is 8 foot tall.
In
Not
any event,
whether
though,
the wall is good.
Madam
Pardon?
Chairman, in any event, it's the burden of the applicant to first identify the hardship. That's like job one, as far as the application goes. Identify the hardship for which the variance is being sought. And so anything else comes after that.
Correct. But there, you know, like you said, what does he have to do to make it acceptable? One, make it 6 foot instead of 8 foot. That's one possibility. So the minimum requirement to alleviate the difficulty. So that's what we were talking about there. Do you not understand that?
I guess so.
I mean, that's not legal mumbo jumbo or anything. At least it doesn't sound like it to me.
You're right. It says the minimum requirement to alleviate the difficulty or hardship. And I'm not sure we understand what the hardship is just yet.
Right, we haven't identified the hardship. The granting of the variance will not have an effect or preventing the orderly use or other land in the area in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. Variance may be granted only when in harmony with the general purpose and intent of this chapter, so that the public health, safety, and welfare may be secured and substantial justice is done. Pecuniary hardship, which means money, to the applicant standing alone shall not be deemed to constitute an undue hardship. So money that you've already spent is not a consideration for this board. We are considering this as if you applied for the permit and are yet to build your fence.
Okay.
And number 6 is the variance will not violate the intent of the zoning ordinance nor the goals of the city's master plan. You know, some of these ordinances have to do with not just safety, but aesthetics. Everybody.
No, I get that. And, you know, you're talking about the city's plan. Last month, y'all were just discussing how you're fixing to allow 8-foot fences. That's going to be the norm.
Well,
but right
but
now,
it's
you
not.
have to fight for it.
That's correct. Or take it to, you'll have to take it to the city council and get those ordinances changed. And the last one is that such a variance shall not restrict the reasonable and necessary unobstructed access to sunlight and preservation of views of those with properties that might be affected. I don't know that it affects anybody's sunlight or view because they can't see over it, but you know, it's down in a, going downhill and you've raised it up, so.
The only person that it could affect once it's there, the people behind us.
And whoever acquires that property at some time later date in the future.
I'm sure they would enjoy it too because it gives them privacy. There's a pool in that backyard. It's a huge backyard that they have kids. They're always hanging out back there. They don't have to worry about me sitting on my back porch and looking at them anymore.
Well, the 8-foot section is apparently above the elevated portion of the property. So you raised it up.
So I don't, it's not.
I'm sorry, what was that?
It's not above. I don't guess, maybe I'm not following what you're saying, but it still drops down from my back porch to the fence. The yard still is dropping. So it's not, I didn't go build a wall in the fence to where that was higher than my house or my back porch or whatever.
Brett, this is Howard. I think you need to call for a motion.
Are we ready for that? You want to put a motion out there, Howard? You're muted. Howard, you're muted. Howard, you're muted.
Yeah, I know I'm muted. I'm still having trouble with this one. I agree with Aaron that they haven't, the applicant hasn't shown any hardship. But again, I tend to agree with Paul Roberts that it's, you know, I don't see it hurting anybody else at this time. It could, I guess that could change in the future. I know that Aaron has said they have to prove a hardship, period. That's the end of it. Okay. And if that's the case, then yeah, we have no other choice as a board but to deny the variance. It's clear cut. I mean, to me, that's.
So let me ask this. As also living in the home, with our house being up higher, regardless of the wall, regardless of the raising the backyard, my house sits up high. So if I were to shorten that fence 2 feet, the entire backside of my house is windows. I like to walk around butt ass naked. So if the people behind me 2 foot fence shorter, or my fence is 2 foot shorter, their house is so far away that they can now see in, and they come back later and say, okay, we need that 8 foot fence back because we can see in their home, and we don't want to see what they got in their home. What happens then?
Well, you know, there's another way to solve that problem, like put up window coverings.
It's my home. I don't want window covers. I love the big, beautiful windows and the natural light.
I think
that
going around in
Craig
circles,
doesn't.
and I'm ready to make a motion if we're ready to have that. Because based on the fact that I can't see that there's hardship that's been identified that would justify a variance for an 8 foot fence as opposed to a 6 foot fence, I make a motion that we do not grant the variance.
I'll second it.
Linda, did you have a comment?
No, I was going to second it, but that's.
Oh, okay. All right, so let's take a vote then. All those in favor of denying the variance, please say aye, raise your hand, indicate, unless I need to call a roll. Well, that alone will deny the variance because we needed.
You got one you can't see.
I'm sorry, what?
If you don't mind, Madam Chair, for the record, would you please have a roll call vote for the minutes?
Second, pull up my roll. All right, if you'll just respond when I call your name, that would be Amadeo.
All right, I vote in favor of denying.
Thank you. Linda?
Aye.
Linda Air?
Aye.
Okay. Howard?
Deny.
Howard Hoover? Jim Kaysen?
Aye.
Jim Guy?
Aye.
Michael?
Deny.
Yeah, and I also vote in favor of denying it. So that's a unanimous vote to deny the variance for the 8 foot section of fence. So we move on to the next one.
What do you guys think? What do I do now? I have to go hire a lawyer.
I believe you need to go to the city and get your retaining wall permitted because anything over 18 inches requires a permit. And
This month, last month, you told me it was 4 foot.
The
I believe
4 foot
it said
standard has to do with the requirements for engineering and geotechnical services.
I'm sorry, Roy, say that.
The 4 foot applies to the requirement for geotechnical services in an engineered wall. That's the difference. Below 4 foot, you can just get a permit and build it.
Okay. I understand now.
Okay. It seems like you're gonna have to take a couple of feet off.
I'm sorry?
We'll defer it back to the city to handle that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll get with our guys and we'll meet you out on the site and figure it out.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
Thank you. The next variance, I'd like to switch the two so that we consider the request for the deck prior to the request for the fence. So instead of number 3 on the agenda, it'll be number 4 on the agenda. It's an application for a variance granting relief from requirements of section 5.40 of chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinance to allow an existing build without a permit structure consisting of a raised wood deck within the required rear yard setback at 2204 American Drive or Highland Lake Estates, section 26, lot 26076. Roy, I think you're up. Staff presentation.
Yes, ma'am. Same thing. In the interest of time, I'm not sure what I have to add about this one. I'm certainly aware of the discussion about the discrepancies between Chapter 3 and Chapter 14, and I can assure you they are far more extensive than what you know about. They're frequent, but it's very clear that there's no mention of a wood deck being an exception for a setback in Chapter 14, which is what's in front of you. There are other reasons. Now, how much weight you want to give that discrepancy. Obviously that's something we tend to discuss, and one of the ways you avoid that, of course, is with a permit application where those kind of things can be brought to your attention. That was not the case in this situation. We have no reason to believe that there was any intent to avoid compliance on the part of the property owners. They simply weren't aware.
Okay. This morning I was forwarded some portions of the zoning, and it appears under section 3.123 that an exception.
Yes, ma'am, but that's not part of the zoning ordinance.
They're not part of what?
That's Chapter 3. That's not part of the zoning ordinance.
Oh, well, that's Chapter 14, Part 2.
Yep.
Anyway, it says exceptions, the following structures may be located within the rear yard setback. And on that list is decks and patios of wood or concrete as allowed if they are not covered.
That's in 14?
That's where I'm told it is.
No, that is in that's in Chapter 3. What is in 14 though? If you look on page 2 of what was handed out, right towards the middle, section 5.4 says yards are required. You got it? Page 2 of what was handed out. Okay. The middle, 5.4 yards. That's what was cited as needing a variance to. Okay. It says structures shall not be permitted in yards except as otherwise provided herein which is chapter 14, or the building code. The building code is chapter 3. So then you can go back over to that 1.23 that existed, and it all ties together. I could find nothing in chapter 14 that says that you can't have a deck in a rear yard setback. So 14 defers to the building code, and the building code says it's exempt.
I believe there was some question about the slab that the hot tub sits on. It appears to me, in the photographs at least, that it only extends past the deck just a couple of inches.
Well, the slab is allowed in a setback, and that's clearly in chapter 14 allowed. The issue with the slab has to do with the need to vacate an easement, and that's a formality that can be handled. The applicant has obtained the necessary releases to do that. We just haven't processed it until this is over.
Okay. So he's already taken care of the release of the easement. Utility easement.
Well, they have the ability to take care of it. Yes, ma'am. They're not depending on anybody else for that.
Okay, and if the building code allows that exception.
I'm not sure the building code can, but that's a discussion that certainly you can have.
Well, chapter 14 gives the building code the authority to make that discretion.
If you say so.
Well, I mean, it says it either in this section or in the building.
But
is provided herein or the building code.
Section 5.40.
If you believe that, then there's no variance needed here.
Right.
So, but there is a permit. So it seems like they would need to apply for the permit, and then if the city does not agree that it's exempted, they can deny the permit. They can come back for a variance.
Apparently, they've already applied for a permit, Jim, and the city did not accept it.
See, okay.
So now they've come to us on an appeal for that application, requesting a variance to allow it.
Well, then Howard, then we're back to where we started from. We have to show a hardship, period.
Not if you believe that that deck is exempted, and I, in reading the regs, that's my belief, that the deck is exempted. It doesn't require a variance. And I don't know what we would do if we believe that. I don't know, would we go ahead and grant a variance based on the fact that we don't believe that it needs a permit? Or
they have applied for a permit. The permit was denied, even though the deck was already built. So now they're before us on an appeal. Aaron, where did we stand on that? If we believe that the building code actually should have allowed that.
Unmute your mic, Aaron.
Is that still a variance?
So, Madam Chairman, if you read the city's ordinances to exempt this particular construction, then a variance would not be necessary. You would just need to make a finding that this is exempt. Typically, so I want to make sure I'm following you so I can give you some guidance. I believe Mr. Hoover pointed to something in section 5 of chapter 14.
5.4.
Regarding yards, it says structures shall not be permitted in yards except as otherwise provided herein or in the building code. And so if you're interpreting that to mean that in chapter 3 it says that decks are exempt as a structure from these setback lines, I think that would be a stretch. But if indeed that is your determination, then a variance is not needed.
So Aaron, why would that be a stretch?
Well, the building code is never going to tell you where you can build your structure as far as the setbacks. That's all in chapter 14. So that's what you would typically look to. And you cannot, something that would be exempted in chapter 3, chapter 14 would be the overarching or overriding or controlling regulation as far as the zoning ordinance goes. Typically, you're going to be looking to your building regulations and the building code for health and safety, construction standards and methodologies, those types of things, not where the structure could be physically located.
Well, and I might go further. There's a list of exemptions in chapter 14, and decks is not in that list. So at the very least, you would consider these to not be an addition, but a conflict in the two sections. Which, when we encounter a conflict, which is quite often, by the way, in our ordinances, we always err on the side, as directed by the ordinance, to impose the most strict standard.
Where's that list of exemptions?
I quoted it to you in an email. You're gonna hang on. And in 5.3B, there's one set, but there's another set. Maybe in the deck.
This is Howard. I think the overriding factor here is that the permit was denied. Okay, so this tells me that the city has determined that this deck had to be permitted and that the permit would have been denied.
I believe that's true.
Well, okay, 5.3B.
Steps, balconies, porches, roof overhangs, in accordance with the building code, and ramps shall not be considered part of the principal building when measuring the setback distance of such buildings.
The reference to the building code is specifically related to overhangs. And those overhangs are limited by the building code that are ignored.
How do you find the difference between?
There's more language.
How do you
I
find
have
the
a question
difference?
for Aaron. Aaron, does the planning and zoning rules or ordinances take precedence over the building? In other words, if there's a conflict, you always go with the strictest, but what if the strictest is in the building and not in the planning and zoning?
So the first inquiry that I would make when considering that is, what rule are you looking to compare to? Is this about a setback that's in chapter 14? Then chapter 14 would be controlling. Is this about a construction method or a technique? Then you would look to chapter 3. That's one of the considerations. In this particular case, we're talking about something that's built in the setback. correct? And so that's, chapter 14 would be the controlling ordinance to look at.
In that case, the deck is in the setback and the city has already denied a permit, so that answers the question as far as I'm concerned.
Yes, sir.
Well, I disagree, but yeah, I guess we'll vote on it. I mean, I think chapter 14 defers to chapter 3 with regard to structures in a rear yard setback. Chapter 3 clearly exempts the deck. Anything else in chapter 14 that precludes that?
Well, and then a couple of instances, apparently it refers to the building code. Roy, did you have a presentation on this property? Anything different from last time?
No, ma'am.
Is the applicant present? Was earlier.
Maria, I think that's you.
Yes, I'm here.
My husband Iskander will.
Yes,
Hello.
I'm here. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so I was listening, trying to get the idea of what's going on here. I believe there's a discrepancy between one chapter and another one. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
So,
Or it's not clear.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to say that. It's just not clear. So basically, at this point, I want to know where we at. So if the city denied at first, and this is something that should be approved for the city, I don't know if we can apply again and start over from the beginning. Is that possible? Is that something that we can do in order to save the situation?
Well, the city has already denied it. So I think at this point that we have to hear the case for the deck and any presentation that you may have to indicate hardship so that we can move forward.
So the deck is so we need a variance at the end, or we don't need it? Because it wasn't clear to me.
Well, because it's already been denied by the city, that you will need a variance just to get your permit approved.
Okay, but what the law says about this? I mean, this, in other words, you asking me to present the hardship just like before. Is that right?
Yes.
Well, basically, since we just had, and I did a little bit of research, so now I understand better the situation and what's going on. In the other two times, I didn't know what we were talking about, but now I understand that the patio, it just has 5 foot to build, and we build it a little farther because in 5 foot there's nothing to do with the deck. You cannot even put a small ribbon in there. So if a hardship is a reasonable reason to go farther, we don't have it. Basically, we don't have a hardship. We build more because it was just 5 foot permitted, and there's nothing that we can do there in order to enjoy the outdoors. I don't know if this is something that helped in your question.
Well, in addition to the deck, I understand there's some requirement for the hot tub needing to have a lock on it and a gate.
It has it. Yeah, it has a lock. We actually, I think you guys mentioned it before. It was we got all the letters from the Spectrum, Pedernales, and AT&T. They said there's nothing back there because it was built before in the front. So yeah, there is a lock cover in there already.
And is there a gate to prevent access?
Well, the deck has a rail, and I think you need either a cover lock or a gate, and one of those is already in place. So it's there.
Roy, is that the only requirement on the hot tub?
Yes, ma'am, and that's not in front of you. There's no issue with the hot tub that's in front of you.
Right.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
He was just stating that that's not what we're looking at. Go ahead, Howard.
Oh, yeah. Aaron has stated that the planning and zoning, chapter 14, really is taking precedence here. And it says hardship considerations, what Aaron sent to us. It said, in order to justify a zoning variance, a hardship must not be self-imposed. Okay. Well, if they built without a permit, that's self-imposed, nor financial only, okay, and it's not financial only, and must relate to the very property for which the variance is sought, okay? So yeah, that's, I'm just going along with what Aaron has said and the letter of the law. So I'm trying here to, even though I don't like this, according to Aaron, this is what I have to do.
Is there a fence across the back of that property?
No. One more time. I'm sorry.
There's not, Madam Chair.
So the railing on his deck constitutes the only fencing on that deck, on that back part of the property?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand your question, but no, there is no fence.
Or the deck, the railing around the deck would not be sufficient to constitute the barrier that's required for a fence to keep children out of a hot tub. Is that correct?
Well, I mean, if it was completely enclosed and could be latched and all that, it would be sufficient. But you understand the railing on the deck and the hot tub are not directly connected. They're at different grade elevations. You step down into the hot tub. So what they're doing with the cover and the latch is probably the only effective way to meet the requirement.
Yeah, we have a pretty hard cover and it's locked in the 4 points.
Right.
You can actually put a key on it. So it's not, if you don't have the key, you can know.
That's a fairly standard solution for a hot tub.
Shall we go through these 7 on the list again?
Yeah, let's do that, Brett.
Okay. Number 1, that there are special circumstances or conditions affecting the land involved such that strict application of the provisions of this chapter would deprive the applicant of a reasonable use of his land or would result in significant practical difficulties and unreasonable hardship of the landowner or unreasonable disruption of natural terrain, unreasonable destruction of existing flora. I believe for me, the only part of that applies would be that the applicant wouldn't be able to have reasonable use of his land because that backyard is so narrow, it doesn't have any depth to it. So his deck actually takes up almost all of the backyard. Any other comments on that one?
Well,
Hey.
can
Go ahead.
I talk?
Yes, you may.
So the deck doesn't go all the way to the property line. There's, I believe there's another 7 or 8 foot before, before the property line. The neighbor, he put in, his sign that he doesn't have any problem with that. If that helped, yeah.
Okay, the second one on the list is the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of substantial right of the applicant. I can agree with that one as well. And 3, there's no reasonable alternative to the requested variance that will alleviate the difficulty or hardship for which the variance is requested. No reasonable alternative. I guess the only reasonable other alternative would be not to have a deck. Any comment? Number 4, the variance will be no greater than the minimum required to alleviate the difficulty hardship for which the variance is requested. And number 5, the granting the variance will not have the effect of preventing the orderly use of other land in the area in accordance with the provisions of this chapter. Variances may be granted only when in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the chapter, so that public health, safety, and welfare may be secured and substantial justice is done. Pecuniary hardship, which means money, to the applicant standing alone shall not be deemed to constitute an undue hardship. And I assume y'all are following along, and we'll have
Yes.
comment as needed. The variance will not violate the intent of the zoning ordinance nor the goals of the city's master plan. And the last one, that such variance shall not restrict the reasonable and necessary uninterrupted access to sunlight and preservation of views of those of the properties which might be affected. That one, I don't see how it applies at all. So.
So the issue here was the setback, right? Because of the easements in the back. Is that right, Roy?
Well, the easement's a separate issue that is no longer an issue.
Okay.
It's not in front of you, but it is the setback. And,
okay.
and, and once again, the concern that the staff would have, if you read this to mean that there's a blanket exemption for all decks, we would find it strange that you couldn't have a 6-foot fence in a certain location, but you could have an infinitely tall deck in the same location. And if you read this, ordinance to mean that, that's the conclusion you will, result in. And that, that chapter 3 means there can be no limit on the height or obstruction created by a deck, regardless of where it is on the property.
Okay, Roy, this deck is not over height, is that correct?
No, and that, once again, that's
And the rear yard setback should be 15 feet, is that correct?
Yeah, and in all honesty, once again, and I'm kind of jumping ahead of myself, like we are on the fences. I mean, there's a lot of work needed on these ordinances, if nothing else, to remove the ambiguities and the conflicts. But it is a very standard requirement in other jurisdictions that if the deck is within a certain distance of grade, that it can be in a setback. But if it's any taller than that, it cannot be. Now, if our ordinance said that, where chapter 3 did not do any serious damage to the integrity of the zoning ordinance, we might have a different opinion. But absent that kind of language, we're perplexed how we could ignore a deck.
So if we, anytime we refuse to grant a variance, decline to grant a variance, the applicant can take the matter to civil court or municipal court, right?
Civil court, district court.
District court.
District court.
If we grant a variance and the city believes we erred because we didn't read the regulation the same way the city does the city have that same right to take it to district court to sue, have the variance rescinded? No?
No. No. But someone, if you grant it and someone is aggrieved by your decision, meaning the neighbor finds that you believes you shouldn't have granted it, they could bring something against the city. Now the burden is very high, but they could do that.
Go ahead, Mr. Flynn. I believe you had a comment.
Yeah, I got a question, but I realized that I don't really understand exactly what is the question. But go ahead, no problem.
Okay, I believe there was
sorry.
Caller number 2 wanted to say something. Is that correct? Theo, whoever that is.
The applicant?
No, they're one of the squares lit up, but they're apparently on their phone, so I can't see their face, and it just says caller number 2.
Oh, it's probably my wife.
No, it wasn't me.
Oh, okay.
Okay. All right. Well, let's open this for a public hearing. Is any other interested parties here have comments about this deck that would like to be heard? Go ahead, Rob. You're muted, Mr. Durbin.
Up there, turning it on. I leave it muted so you all don't get a bunch of feedback.
Yes, we appreciate that.
But I think that the process you're being asked to do here is inherently unfair, not only to the applicant, but to this particular board. It's really, you're not a board that is really set up to look at conflicts between 2 city laws and make a decision as to which one you should apply and which one you shouldn't apply. I would think the city needs to get their own act in order and squared away prior to getting to this point. You do have the option, I think. I mean, I don't know, Aaron, you can chime in here, but I think you all have the option to table this and say, due to the conflict in the ordinances, we can't make a decision. City council, straighten it out, and then everybody come back to us. That would be my suggestion as to what's going on, because Mr. Ganir here, you guys are wrestling with this is enough, and you've spotted conflicts. That's not on the citizen, that's on the city, and the city needs to get it squared away. And that's really not the place of this board to be deciding which of the conflicted laws you should be applying. And I think no matter which way you go, you're risking having a district court decide it rather than somebody here in the city, like city council. Just my 2 cents, but I used to be on this board a long time ago.
Thank you for your comments.
Just so that this is Howard, just so Ron Durbin knows, I agree with him. We have conflicts, and I think it would be best for for the city to square away their building codes and their zoning things so that they agree and then go from there. Then it gives us a clear path.
Well, Howard, it does clearly state that the stricter of the two is the one that we need to follow.
Well, and once again, let me remind Madam Chair and the rest of the board, you know, the normal course of events in Lago Vista to ferret out these conflicts and to discuss them and alternatives, like in the last case, is simply a building permit application. You know, we wouldn't be having this discussion had that occurred.
Correct.
Madam Chair, if I may.
Yes.
It is not an unusual circumstance for there to be conflicts between different portions of ordinances. In fact, it's explicitly expected in that part of this zoning ordinance tells you what to do when there is a conflict. Now, that's not to say that this board doesn't have the authority to table this item until a certain date. Now, the difficulty inherent in taking that approach is that there's no guarantee when and if the commission will choose to take this item up and to make those requisite changes, and whether or not those changes would resolve the issue for this particular applicant. This board is charged, so, you know, kicking the can in theory is an available option, but it's not an option that would guarantee a result for these folks in the near term. What you would be saying, and it would be a very bold statement, what you'd be saying is, it's okay to build something without a permit if you do it and there are questions about what part of the ordinances exist. You're going to be allowed to have a non-compliant situation for which then, you know, so then it begs the question, are they in violation every single day until the issue is resolved? Or are you waiving any of the violations and the fees and fines that would typically apply to someone who built without a permit and in conflict with our current codes? So although it's an option, you know, I would ask you to think very carefully before, if you chose to take that option. If it was very clear that it was an easily resolvable issue, meaning something that you simply needed clarification on, or you needed additional facts for you to consider, or you know, some other something that was more straightforward, it might be a simpler decision on your part. I'm not saying that you can't decide to defer or to table this item until that, you know, there's a determination, but that just means that these folks are left in limbo potentially forever, because there's no guarantee that this item's going to be brought up. We as staff, Roy and I, can certainly bring this to the attention of the council, and you have your liaison here listening tonight, and that's exactly one of the part of what her role would be, is to kind of take these issues back to the council and say, we need to direct staff or have staff address this. The timing is a big question. I'll end with the kind of reminder that this particular zoning ordinance recognizes that there will be conflicts and kind of tells you how to ferret or how to address the conflicts that do arise. And in this particular situation, Chapter 14 would be the controlling ordinance, because we are talking about a setback, and that's where the setback regulations exist. So your decisions are not ever going to be easy because of the nature of your board, but hopefully that will give you some guidance as to, you know, how you want to proceed.
Thank you, Aaron.
I think chapter 14 is no doubt the controlling ordinance. I mean, there's language in there that says it, but what is it in chapter 14 that says you can't have a deck in a setback area? I mean, I have not found any specific language in chapter 14 that says you can't. I've only found language that it defers to chapter 3.
I have a question for Roy. The backyard setback is 15 feet, if I'm correct. And this deck is said to be 14 point something feet. Is that correct?
Roy, are you with us?
Sorry, I didn't realize I was muted.
How is this deck only inches out of line?
No, it's a few feet.
A few feet?
Yes.
Not inches, but feet.
Feet. Yes, ma'am.
So is there any way to make the deck in compliance?
Oh, they could shorten it. I'm not sure it would achieve the intended purpose if it
So
were short.
it's not too long though, it's too wide, is that correct?
Oh, too deep.
Too deep, okay. By how much?
Oh, under 10 feet as I recall, or approximately 10 feet.
It's out of compliance by 10
Yeah,
feet?
to have a deck that was in compliance without
Right.
the encroachment
Right.
would not be much of a deck.
So he can't use his backyard basically, other than for a yard.
Well, it would be a very narrow or not very deep deck, if you will. And once again, the rear porch coming off the back, unless you want to step down and back up again, it's kind of, the grade elevation or the top of the deck is kind of established by the porch coming off the rear of the house.
Right.
There weren't a lot of options here.
Brett, this is Howard. I think Aaron makes a poignant point here in the fact that if we delay this, then we're basically saying, the question becomes is, are these people in violation of the variance, for every day, or is it just going to be until, if and when the Building and Standards Commission ever gets around, or the Planning and Zoning Commission ever gets around to looking at this? I mean, to me, I think she makes some really good points here. And again, I don't see a hardship. So, as much as I dislike doing it, I just don't see any other choice but to go by the strict thing of the planning.
I think we're going to see more and more of this because the builders are building all the way to the maximum on the build line, so it doesn't leave any extra space for decks or patios or any of that to be added on to any of this new construction for the most part. So, and I'm not in agreement leaving these people in limbo forever. So I would like for us to at least try to come to a decision.
Well, you need to close the public hearing.
Well, I keep seeing caller number 2 light up like they want to say something, but I don't know who that is.
Paul, do you have anything to say?
No, sir.
I think we need to decide that either they have to bring their deck into compliance, which may mean that they have to take the whole thing down, or we approve it.
guess I'm a little bit unclear, Freth, at this point. Now, the rear yard setback is supposed to be 15 feet off the property line, right?
No, sir, it's 25
25 feet.
in the rear and the front. Yes, sir.
They request it. Can't that get knocked down to 5 feet? Isn't that what you were saying before?
No, they wanted, the easement could be reduced to 5 feet. I think in this case, they wanted to reduce that setback to, I think, 15. I have to go back and look at the drawings, you know, but, and once again, you know, the nature of the encroachment is not the sort of thing that the staff finds objectionable. And we certainly are, you know, find the intent of Chapter 3 to exempt certain types of decks compelling. The idea that exempts all decks with no limit is a frightening thought.
But then in Chapter 3, they go on to say that construction over easements is generally not allowed. The city manager on his or his designee may permit this. However, it shall be fully understood that the construction of any type over dedicated utility or drainage easement may have to be removed at the owner's expense at a later date.
Yeah, that's a fairly frightening piece of language as well, since that utility easement doesn't belong exclusively to the city. That there are.
This is Howard again. According to Aaron, we have to take the stricter interpretation of the ordinance, which means the zoning law, okay, which says you can't be in the setbacks, period. That's the end of, as far as I'm concerned, unless they can show a hardship, that's the end of the discussion.
Right, unless it meets the standard.
It doesn't say that, Howard. It doesn't say that.
Say that. Yeah.
It says it does unless accepted herein or in Chapter 3. It doesn't say you can't have structure in there. It says you can't have it unless it's accepted either in Chapter 14 or in Chapter 3, the building code. And it is accepted in the building code.
But Jim, when there is conflict, it says you will go by the stricter interpretation of the law.
Where is that interpretation at? That's what I'm asking. Where
Aaron,
is
that's your
Decks aren't really addressed in Chapter 14. And they're, as far as I know, they're not considered like a permanent structure unless they were on.
And that's where even the language in 14 is not intended to be an exhaustive list. It's things like this is the way it reads. You know, once again, and that's where the staff had a problem. You know, is a deck always like this? And the answer, no. You know, decks, you know, I give the example. We had a gentleman who had a piece of property on the golf course and wanted to have an above ground pool and insisted that it was allowed in the setback at 18 feet tall when he couldn't have a 6-foot fence anywhere in that area. That's the sort of thing you will run into if you allow this kind of, you know, unfettered limit, you know, to, as opposed to understanding what was intended. And this one, we, like I said, you know, we wish we had an ordinance that allowed decks below a certain size, you know, to be in a setback. We think that makes sense, and certainly seen lots of ordinances written that way. But
hey,
you know,
Roy, somebody's typing in the background and has got their thing. I keep hearing this clicking, this typing clicking.
Yeah,
sounds like somebody clicking a pen or something. So Roy, let me ask you this. Would any type of deck be permitted under the ordinance in this backyard?
Oh, I think I had this conversation in an email with Mr. Caseland and others on other occasions. You know, if it were simply a desire to have a wood finish on a patio and you had decking on sleepers on top of a concrete patio, we would consider that a patio and not a deck. It's the idea of a raised structure that without limit that gave the staff cause to opening that can of worms without limitation. Because I assure you, we get lots of applications of people that want to build very tall structures in the rear yard setback that are decks, above ground pools, and the like.
So if it was on the ground, for instance.
Right. And once again, we have sympathy with the intent, and we're of the opinion that the intent is something that you're allowed to account for, in your decision making. But, the staff does not have that prerogative. Quite simply, we avoid discretion. We don't exercise it. We think discretion is your province, not ours.
It appears to be so.
So it sounds like we believe the intent of the regulation is to allow a deck of a certain height. And we feel like this height is within that certain height, then it's our discretion to grant a variance. I mean, that doesn't square up with hardship. I don't understand how we would grant a variance based on what we believe the regulations say and square that up with the requirement to find a hardship.
Almost says it's what we believe the regulations say. To me, it almost says that deck should be allowed or could be allowed.
Right.
Aaron, you're up.
A variance wouldn't be required.
Chapter 3, whatever it is, Section 3.
Aaron, do we have to show a hardship here?
So I'm looking at I want to make sure I understand what has happened with Roy first. If Roy has made a decision to deny the permit for this particular deck, and the applicants are appealing to you because of the decision by the city, then you're under section 11.50 appeals versus under section 11.20, which is conditions required for a variance. So that I want to make sure, procedurally what we're doing, because 11.5A talks about appeals to the board may be made by an aggrieved person or by an officer or department or an agency of the city affected by a decision or action of the municipal authority concerning the zoning ordinance. This is an action, for example, if Roy has denied the permit and they are appealing to you, you're under this provision. You're under this section.
What does that mean to us, Aaron?
So you're looking at this as an appeal of his decision, and this is where Roy's discussion regarding your discretion, your interpretation of the ordinance comes into play. He's interpreted the ordinance to say it doesn't allow me to grant this permit. Y'all are looking at the ordinance to determine is this ordinance written in a way that y'all interpret it to allow for what they're asking for. They're appealing to you versus strictly asking for a variance from something where it's very clear. It's not an issue of interpretation.
So we don't have to show hardship.
If what he's asking for is appealing to you based on a denial by Roy, and it's an issue of interpretation, I think you're in a different section which does not discuss hardship.
Why exactly was the building permit denied? I mean, specifically.
I mean, realistically, the sequence of events is that there was a citation issued because of the fence.
Right.
In application for a variance on the fence, we became aware of the fact that this deck was there, and we didn't know exactly where the rear yard, property line was, primarily because of the strange circumstances with the neighbor's property and that accessory building that's back there. So we had the code enforcement official, make the measurement in hopes that we had a non-issue. It turns out there was an encroachment, and we went directly in saying, look, we wish we'd have noticed this up front. We would have had you apply for both variances at one time. But it looks like, in our best interpretation of the requirements of the ordinance, we have no ability to ignore that encroachment.
So Aaron, does a vote to grant an appeal require a supermajority?
I believe, yes, it still requires the 75%.
All right. Do y'all have that section 11.5 available to you?
Is that in chapter 14?
Yes, sir. Chapter 14, Part 4, Administration Enforcement, Section 11. And so that's that same section that lays out what variances, appeals, and special exceptions, height standards. There's 3 different parts to that. So if this is a situation where, he was denied a permit for that particular deck, and he believes that the law allows for it, so he's appealing to you, this is where you have to go through that process, versus everybody's in agreement that the law is clear, and he had to seek a variance. It's a different. And you do have to have subsection E of that thing says concurring vote of 75% of the members shall be necessary to reverse any order, requirement, decision, or determination of the permitting official, which would essentially be, if you're going to reverse Roy's decision to deny a permit, then that's what it would take to do that. If your interpretation is that the law as the ordinance as you read it would allow for this deck within that area.
Karen, is this something that you just recently sent out? Is this in the last?
I haven't sent that link. No, ma'am, I'm sorry. I haven't sent that language out. This is just something I'm looking at. The other, so let me say this. This item is noticed as a request for a variance. And so because of that, if you guys want to table this item so that you can look to see whether it fits more under the appeals, that's the appropriate thing, then that's how we need to bring this. You'll need to bring this back because it's not noticed properly. Because so we would have a notice issue because it's not a variant. If you feel like this is an appeals issue where you're having to reinterpret Roy's decision to deny a permit, then it needs to be noticed differently. If this is a variance issue where you don't think the law is unclear, but you think you need to make a decision on whether to grant him relief from the law, then you can make a decision today. So
I don't have that language, so I can't. I don't have anything to refer to.
Okay. Okay.
What were you saying, Jim?
So, it says, such appeal shall be made within 10 working days of the decision by filing with the city manager or his designee and with the board, a notice of appeal, which will specify the grounds thereof. So the fact that he hasn't done that, is there relief for him to meet that requirement?
Well, so this is where I think, you know, that may be on the staff's part, because if we've been handling this as a variance application, we may have handled this, it may be on us for handling it this way, because Roy's been processing this and his people have been working this as if it's a variance application. If you disagree and it shouldn't be a variance application, that it should be an appeal to his decision on the permitting decision, I would not recommend penalizing the applicant in this particular case. He's been handling it as if it's a variance request. But if you feel that it really doesn't fit within the process of a variance request, instead you find that it should be handled under this other section, then, you know, we need to proceed forward. But what we need to do is, I would recommend that you guys bring this back, because you need to look at it differently, and we need to have noticed it in the agenda differently. So that's decision one. Do you feel like it's an appeal issue or it's a variance issue? And then if you feel that it's an appeal issue, we got to bring it back later. If you feel like it's a variance issue, then you got to find a hardship.
Okay.
I'd like to ask this is Howard, I'd like to ask Mr. Iskander, Mr. Jenner, a question.
Yes.
My question would be are you requesting relief from Roy's decision, or are you requesting a variance?
Well, at this point,
Roy,
it's a hard decision, because I'm looking at from, you know, what is going to be the scenario if I appeal. What is the process? How it's going to go? I have to go back with the city first.
It's virtually the same process.
It's do the same process again, correct?
Yep.
Okay,
so
I have.
It's the application of the standard.
So I have to apply it again. Is that correct?
Well, we would refund your application and, you know, allow you to apply it towards this one. We would not penalize you for that. But, you know, once again, the scary thing to us is the interpretation of, if you will, that we've got to permit all decks no matter how tall is the one that concerns the staff. You know, that appeal will create, if you will, that obligation to say, no, all decks are exempt, no matter how tall they are. And I can assure you, we've had some decks that are taller than the house is allowed to be, that have been requested in setbacks.
So in the other side, I have to prove a hardship. Is that correct?
Yeah, and once again,
so
I mean,
I'm just trying to get some advisement from somebody. What is the best option for me? I'm not, you know, I'm here improvising a little bit.
We are, can you hear me? Excuse me?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, because this is being really hard for us, because it's the third time we're here, and for us it's really hard to understand the language. We're doing our best. We're trying to focus, and it's being really, you know, and I don't know if this is good to say, but I just want to say it, that we put all of our effort on our house. That's the house of our dreams. We're planning to open a food truck, a Cuban food truck. My husband is from Cuba, in Lago Vista. And we've been working so hard. So this is more than like a personal and, you know, issue in our family, that if we have to put money by, and I know I'm not saying that going against the law, of course not, but I just want to share that with you. That for us is going to be really, really hard because we've been affected by COVID because we have a restaurant, we have to close it in downtown. We've been affected with vandalism, well, personal things. But I just want to share with you. My husband is going to get mad at me, but I just want to say it. I don't know if that helps.
I still need to know, Mr. Jenner,
Yes.
Are you looking for an appeal or are you looking for a variance?
I think at this point, I don't know if it's better. I mean, it may be better to look at an appeal with the city to see if we can resolve it, and maybe we don't need a variance with the city. And then if we appeal, and then later on we decide that we need a variance, we got to go back here. Correct?
That's correct.
So let's appeal and see if we can, resolve it with the city first. If it's okay with you guys, I'm not sure if I'm taking the right decision, but I think it's better like that.
Okay, then if that closes the public hearing, I'd like to make a motion that we defer this for a appeal hearing rather than a variance.
Well, if we do an appeal, he has to do, I mean, there's a time limit. So we would have to hear that relatively quickly in order to accept it as an appeal. I believe that he qualifies for a variance.
I'm with you. We've dragged these people, around for, 2 months, 3 months.
Right.
That kind of creates a hardship in itself.
I agree
Then
with
let's
that.
do a variance.
I believe he meets a lot of the qualifications for a variance with this particular deck. It's not extremely elevated. It's not on the ground, but it is level with his back porch. Or actually, it's a few steps down, if I remember seeing that picture. So it's not elevated more than, I would say, 2 feet in to allow for it to be level on the ground where it's, slightly sloped. There's no back fence. As long as his hot tub is in compliance, then I think he qualifies for a variance because he can't use this backyard without, other than just planting grass, which we know doesn't grow here.
Okay, Brett, if you go for the variance, then he has to prove a hardship.
That's right.
He has to prove a hardship.
He has a hardship in the size of his yard, but go ahead, Jim.
But there's tons of properties in Lago that have the same size yard, have the same size problem. There's nothing unique about that problem, which kind of precludes calling it a hardship. I seriously think what we're after here, because of the state of
I'm sorry, you cut out, Jim.
is an appeal that I think, I would try to vote for it. But and if the city's concerned about the code not precluding these giant decks, and he needs to get to with zoning and get that reg changed. And I think if we do change the reg, it's going to allow a deck the height that he has in his setback area. I can't see being able to vote for a hardship, being able to vote for a variance right now. I can see being able to vote the other way.
On an appeal, Jim.
Appeal. Yeah, I couldn't think of the word.
Me too.
You're allowed to vote on the appeal today?
Well, yeah, we have to hear it within 10 days. I don't believe everybody has access to the.
Aaron, you're muted.
Madam
information.
Chair, Board Member Perez asked me a question about whether they'd be able to vote on an appeal today. And my answer to that is, if we had noticed it as an appeal process, yes, you would be able to vote today. That is the only thing that's holding you up from being able to vote on this as an appeal application. We'd have to renotice it and put it on for your next meeting if that's the direction that the board wanted to go. If that's how y'all are interpreting what he's asking for.
Unless they've changed the guidelines, it says such appeal shall be made within 10 working days of the decision. So we're already way past that.
Well,
so from this point where we decide that it's an appeal, I would say that we have to hear it within 10 days, 10 working days from now.
Well, it says,
Aaron, what if
we have to rule on it.
Aaron, what if the applicant waives the 10 days and says we can do this at the next held meeting?
So you're not required to act within 10 days. I want to make sure we're all on the same page. What that requires is, in the circumstances, say Roy makes a decision, he denies the permit. At that point, they would have 10 days to file their appeal with you, and then you hear it in the regular course of your business. If y'all decide today that you think that this is an appeal application, we'll set it for the next one, or if you want to hold a special called meeting at another date, you have the authority to do that as well. But there is not a particular timeline for y'all to act. That 10 days applies to the applicant, and I would not penalize him based on the time that we have gone through this process. And he submitted his request for the variance after discussing this issue with Roy. So I think he's met his obligation. It's let's be clear about, we just want to make sure that y'all are on the same page regarding how you're looking at this particular issue, whether you're looking at it as it needs a variance or it should be considered as a request for an appeal. So I think that's really within your purview, Madam Chair and board.
And Aaron, you need 2 days to do the posting properly, is that right?
Oh, no, ma'am.
No, we have to put it in the paper. It has to be, we have to post it, not just post it, but publish it. So it's
do you need, does it have to be posted for 2 weeks, or could we have the special call meeting before 2 weeks?
Or what's your timeline?
No, I mean, I think it has to be posted just like a public hearing, does it not?
Yes.
Oh,
yeah,
okay.
No, you're 30 days out.
Oh, 30 days, okay.
Mr. Jenner, are you okay with this going to the next meeting in January to handle this as an appeal?
Yes, I'm agree.
Okay.
Thank you.
Then I'd like to make a motion that we table this until next month when we can consider it as an appeal.
Second. I second that
I
motion.
think we need to close the public hearing and then consider these motions. Aaron, is there, if we decide to come back and hear it as a appeal, is there any other action required of us at this date on this one?
Other than just making sure that the public has had an opportunity to comment, no, Madam Chair, you could close the public hearing, get all the public comment, close the public hearing, take any motions, and then take action, and then we will go through the process to do the public notice as required for the public hearing, and we'll bring it back to you next month as an appeal item versus a variance item.
Okay. Well, we have a motion and a second, so I guess we need a vote. Was there any other public comment that I missed? I noticed a couple of new people signed in, so, okay. All right, so let's go for a vote on that. Put it on for next time as a appeal.
So we had a motion by Howard, and a second was by whom?
Me. Jim.
Jim.
Okay, do I need a roll vote again?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Pull my list up again. Amadeo, how do you vote?
Aye.
Laird? Linda?
Aye.
Howard?
Aye.
Jim Kaysen?
Aye.
Jim Guy?
Aye.
Michael?
Aye.
And myself, I will also vote in favor of that. So that is passed, and we will hear that in January as an appeal to the city's decision.
Press,
And if-
I'd like to say one thing. Yeah, I have another meeting at 7 o'clock. I never thought this would go 5 hours, but it looks like it might. Anyway, I just wanted to let you know I have another meeting at 7 o'clock, and it's almost 5:30 now.
Okay, well, we'll see if we can move along a little bit.
Well,
Okay.
I just need to say my iPad's about to run out of juice, and I've got it plugged in. We may run out.
Well, we have a few more to consider. So the next thing on the agenda also is Mr. Jenner's. It's application for a variance granting relief from the requirements for section 22, chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinance to allow the existing built fence, 8-foot wood privacy screen, type E, wooden stockade fence, approximately 40 feet in length along a common side property line at 2204 American Drive, Island Lake Estates, section 26, lot 26076. Staff presentation, please. Are you there, Roy?
Yes, ma'am. Once again, in the interest of time, you guys have seen this at least twice.
Okay.
I don't know if there's anything to add.
Nothing new to add. Okay. And the applicant's presentation? This time,
Mr. Jenner, can you show a hardship?
Well, basically, we build a fence in that height because the deck goes a little bit higher. So if we don't do it in that height, I'm sorry, there won't be any privacy with the neighbor. But that's it. I just want to be honest. It's just the height of the deck is a little bit higher that it goes down, the landscaping, and the fence from the deck, standing from the deck, you will be able to see everybody out there, but completely body, and they're probably gonna be able to see at least half body of us. But that's basically it. Yeah. I'm trying to be honest. There's nothing else over there.
I believe from the other side, 6 foot, I don't think they're going to see over it. But from your side, you may be able to see over it.
Yeah, and yeah.
I don't see a hardship here, Press, so
I would
agree.
say that fence needs to be 6 foot rather than 8 foot
I agree.
in order to be in compliance. So let's we'll open it for public comment hearing. Anyone who wants to speak to the height of that fence? No? Well, then we'll close the public hearing. Any other discussion on the fence?
No, I'll make a motion to deny the variance for the fence at 8 feet. That has to be 6 feet.
Second.
Can we? I'm sorry. Is already decided to go down?
No,
No,
It needs to be voted.
We have to vote.
Lo de la puerta, Isca, lo de la puerta que trataron de abrir, tienes que decir. Eso es hardship.
¿A cuál puerta?
¿Cuál puerta?
¿Te acuerdas que trataron de abrir la puerta
¿Cuál?
del frente? ¿O
No,
no?
no. Okay, no, that's no. So I was just trying to save a foot, if it's possible, to go right in the middle. Is that something that we can consider? Put it at 7 foot instead of 8? I cut 1 foot out completely. Is that okay?
Aaron, would that require a separate variance? I don't even think we can consider that now.
Okay,
Wait.
I'm just asking.
We can't consider anything over 6 feet being in accordance with the ordinance. So
Well,
okay.
would
you can
require,
approve less than the request, but you
And-
know, once again, you have to find the hardship.
right,
Understand. I understand. So I have a question. If we cut it like 6 foot, there's nothing that we can put like a fabric or something that is not wood on top of that, maybe 1 or 2 foot more. Is that legal?
No.
I believe that the ordinance prohibits adding anything to a fence.
Nothing at all. Any kind of material, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Then you know, whatever you guys say, we'll do it. Yeah. I mean,
Madam Chair, you have a motion and a second.
Yes, we do. If there's no further discussion, then I once again will read off the roll. This is for denying the variance, so a yay or a nay. Amadeo,
Hey,
Linda,
Aye.
Howard,
Aye.
Jim Cason,
Aye.
Jim Guy,
No.
Michael,
Aye.
and I also vote for denying the fence. So there's one dissenting vote. So the variance is denied.
I have a question. Is that how do we have some time to do this, or we have to do it right away? I was asking if we can just do it beginning of next year, just to don't solve that and all the powder coming. I'm just asking, you know, if it's possible to do it. Yeah.
I think you're asking the wrong people about how quickly that has to happen.
Oh, okay. Well,
Probably discuss it with the folks at the city.
Who is the person to ask?
Probably the
Roy.
city.
Roy. Okay. I contact him. That's fine. I'll contact him some other time. No problem.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I guess we're ready to move on to the next. The next one is application for a variance granting relief from the requirement of section 22, chapter 14, Lago Vista Code of Ordinance to allow a 6-foot high chain link fence within the required setback at 21201, 21203, and 21205 Paseo de Vaca Circle, Lago Vista Estate, Section 9, Lot 2063, 2064, and 2065. Roy?
Yes, ma'am. As you could probably tell from the application and the staff report, we're not sure exactly in some instances where the fence is being proposed, the chain link fence is being proposed to be located, but it seems clear it's within required setbacks. So we would hope that the applicant, before you make a decision, particularly if it is to approve, can explain to you exactly what the extent of the request. Are they wanting it, for example, in the front yard on the property line, or somewhere else in the front yard setback they can describe? And the same thing along Paseo de Vaca. We know it's somewhere there'll be a fence on the far side of the creek, that you know, once you make that determination, it's probably too close to the property line, and the variance would be required. But we're not sure exactly where they intend to put it. There seemed to be a little bit of discrepancy, you know, in the documents we saw.
Okay. Any other
Having said
comments?
that, you know, one of the important things about this request is that, you know, wrought iron fence, in the same location, even on the property lines, and both of these locations would be allowed by right by our ordinance. So the fact that neither one is site obstructing would suggest that the real issue here is the appearance, and whether that appearance is or is not necessarily appropriate, and establishes a hardship in this case.
All right. Is the applicant present?
I am, yes.
All right. Which one of you would like to speak? Both of
I'll
you.
go. Yeah, I'll go first. So it's on page 90 and 91 of the pack, but our intention is to put a black chain link fence on the north side between our home and 21202 Paseo de Vaca Circle, which does not impact the setbacks. A 6-foot wood fence on the east side between our home and Palomino Cove, which again does not impact the setbacks. A 6-foot black chain link fence in between the adjacent lot, which would be on 21205, which again is against a land lot, which does not impact the setbacks. And lastly, a 6-foot black chain link fence on the south side, the back of our property, which is parallel to La Paloma. And so that one would be the one we're asking for the variance on. We have spoken with our neighbors on Paseo de Vaca Circle and Palomino, and nobody has raised issue. In fact, they've all offered to chip in and pay for the fence. The reason we're asking for the variance is the disruption of natural terrain. The ordinance, if we were to put the fence on the back on La Paloma, would be in a creek, so it would impact the creek. If we were to put the fence on the other side of the creek, we would lose about a half an acre of our land. So the main reason we do want a fence is we've had dumping on our property by the creek. And we've had vagrants and children that have come on our property illegally. And so the wrought iron fence has a financial cost of an additional $5,000, which I know is not a consideration, but that's why we would prefer the chain link fence, and doing it with the setbacks causes the natural terrain to be impacted. And then I just wanted to address the feedback forms in the packet. So I think Sandra and James Johnson had responded, and the creek would not be impacted. So I just want to reiterate that. There would be no impact to any flow of water. In fact, there's a swimming pool on our property, and we plan, God willing, that our grandchildren can someday swim in it, just like my wife did as a child. And if we fence on the other side of the creek, we would lose about a half acre of our own land. And then Charles and Sandra Morrison had responded. Again, we would not obstruct water flow from the creek, and I hope that resolves any of their concerns. And then Risa Burton had responded, and I'm not sure what Risa was referring to, because we don't have any fencing on our portion of the creek on our property. We are aware of construction fencing up creek from us on Palomino from Braun Home Builders, but those builds are complete and the fencing was never taken down, but that is not on our property. And so that's kind of what I had to add today.
Madam Chair, may I ask a question just so I understand for our staff? The fence on La Paloma, will it be on the property line or inside the property line?
Yeah, my intention was to put it on the property line.
How about, and you intend to respect the front yard setback along Paseo de Vaca Circle?
That's correct.
Okay, so there's no variance there needed at all.
Correct.
Gotcha.
Sorry
Thank you.
for the confusion.
No problem. I just, we often have problem interpreting sign permits. They're not always as clear as we hope they'd be.
Oh, I know, it made sense to me, which doesn't mean it made sense to anyone else. On page 94, you'll see the pictures from the back. It's a dead-end road that then has a little dirt path with a sign, but I took pictures, and that's what that was intending, is it's completely empty back there, and there's not a whole lot going on. So I'm hoping that kind of gives clarity of what those pictures are. That would be where the fence would be.
Howard, you had a question?
Yeah, I have. So Mr. Dell, you're stating that your hardship is people are dumping trash and there's children getting into your yard with a 6-foot fence. Do you believe that, I don't know about the dumping, but do you believe that the 8-foot fence is going to stop children from climbing it and getting into your yard?
Not an
Howard,
8-foot fence, just
asking for an 8-foot fence.
just a 6-foot fence. And I do believe it would deter people from walking directly onto our property and dumping right by the creek. So yes, I do believe it would stop people from coming on our property.
Okay, so that's your hardship.
Nope, I think my hardship is the disruption of the natural terrain. Is if I followed the setbacks and I put that chain link fence at the setback, I would be in the creek. The fence would actually have to be in the middle of the creek. And so
I have a question about.
Sure.
Are you proposing that your fence comes to the top of your property before it drops down into the creek, and then at the top of the property on the other side of the creek with a cable across? Or are you talking about going down into the drop off with your fence?
You're talking about the cross sections of the creek. I planned on having the fence stop, but having a grate so that water could still pass naturally through, but it would protect, let's say if my dogs went back there, they wouldn't escape. Like I wouldn't block the creek or the water flow. I would do something which would be under the permit of what I would be allowed to do at the creek. And yeah, my wife's reminding me, like, we constantly clean that creek before it flows into the river. So like when they were doing the home building on Palomina, I think we filled about 8 bags of garbage that went into the creek. So like, you know, we take really good care of our property and we make sure it's clean. We make sure that that creek stays clean. And this would actually help protect it.
So the variance is for the setback on La Paloma Drive, is that correct? That we're looking for the variance for, just a setback on La Paloma?
That is correct.
Okay.
Yes, sir. We thought there was a setback in the front yard, but we couldn't tell from the drawing, so we advertised to be safe.
I did my best.
Your fence permit isn't any better. It's not you. In fact, yours is much better than your contractors.
Jim Cason?
Question. Is it going to be, you know, you want the fence to go along your property line across to La Paloma Drive. Is there going to be any fencing from those corners back towards the creek?
Yes. Yeah, I plan on closing the property. That's my goal.
That fencing is also going to be hurricane or chain link?
Yeah, so my intention was to do 8-foot black chain link. So it looks really good. It's not like the galvanized where it stands out like a sore thumb. So that was.
You just said 8 foot. Are we changing that now? I thought it was 6 foot.
6 foot.
6
yeah.
foot? Okay. So that
6 foot. Okay.
The black chain link is going to go, you want it all the way across adjacent to La Paloma. You want it back to the creek on either side. And then what's going to happen at the creek again?
Yeah, so I would do something where there's grates that would stop trash but let water go through, but would secure the property. So that was kind of my, like poles on either side and then some grate to stop garbage but not stop water.
Okay, and then once you go across the creek, you're going to convert to wood?
So if you're looking at the survey, on the bottom, it would remain chain link. If you're looking at the top, that would be a wood fence, a 6-foot wood
I believe
fence.
that wood fence already exists along the Palomino. That whole side over there already has a fence up, and the
black chain link
between you and the property next to you on the cove already has a 6-foot chain link fence. I didn't see anything on the other side.
That's correct. I got the permit for the fence and I started building. And then I learned
Did
about
the
the
wood
setback.
stop at the creek, or what happened there?
Stops about 10 feet from the creek. About 20 feet, my wife's yelling at me. Yeah. But
Brent, I'm fixing to lose you. My iPad's running out of juice. If I'm gone, I'm gone. Y'all can fill me in. I'll stay as long as it'll stay up.
Get on the phone. Call in.
What's the number I call into?
I don't have it.
I can get it for you here. Call-in number is 872-240-3412.
Okay, just dial that in and it'll hook me up.
You need a passcode.
Yeah, there's a passcode.
I put that in the chat, Mr. Prez.
So to answer your question, Ms. Carroll, the fence ends about 20 feet from the creek. There's still construction fencing up past that on the other side on Palomino Cove, but that is not mine. And that's on the other side of my property lines.
Where your fence stops is where the property line is at that end of your property?
No, I'm a good 30 feet from my property line because I'm waiting to find out if this is approved to figure out what I do next.
Yeah, that was my question. In order to decide what you're going to figure out what you're planning on doing with the creek at that end of the property.
Yeah, my intention is if this is approved, is to, from where I finished with the wood fence, is to put 6-foot black chain link up to the creek, stop, figure out the grate so that water can still come through, but trash cannot. And then on the other side of the creek, start the chain link again.
It appeared, I didn't actually measure it, but it appeared to be at least 15 feet across that creek.
It's a pretty, at the top, it's not as wide as like 10 feet. And,
much narrower.
Yeah, much narrower at that side. That's adjacent to Palomino Cove. The other side is much wider.
Yeah, directly behind your house, that area. It's like it's about 15 feet across and maybe 10 feet deep or more.
Yeah, there's a nice swimming hole back there. Once the water flows, it's quite nice.
Is that what that structure is that's out there in the middle of the creek?
It was a kid fort from when my wife was a child. And so when it fills up with water, you can go out and climb up there and jump off of it into the water.
And this creek, it drains directly into the lake right there by the campground, correct?
Correct. That's why we're so diligent at taking trash out when the neighbors aren't nice.
Was it flooded during the last flood?
Yeah, it filled up quite nicely.
So it wasn't flooded at your property?
We actually don't get flooding up at our house since, what, like 20 or 30 years ago? Was the last time it flooded at the house.
So you don't think putting something across that creek is going to obstruct it enough? Once you catch that debris, it's going to block the flow.
Yeah, I mean, I would do something that, like, for example, there was a lawn chair that flowed through recently. I would do something that would stop the lawn chair, but maybe won't stop a wrap. But obviously, I will. If it started raining, I would go down there and probably check pretty frequently because I do not want flooding. I don't want flooding as much as I know you guys don't want to approve something that will flood.
No, and we don't want the neighbor's property to flood or those houses that are upstream. You know, if you block the flow, it's going to back the water up to where your wood fence is and possibly flood their backyards.
I can promise you I have a lot of common sense, and I would not do something that would cause anybody to complain about me.
Oh.
Jim Kaysen?
I can get my voice. I have to state the obvious here. Putting a fence on your property line adjacent to La Paloma, that's a good plan. You're allowed to do that if you put in a wrought iron fence. What is the difference other than price? Is there a hardship imposed by putting in a wrought iron fence as opposed to a chain link fence? And understand that, you know, the regulation says price cannot be a consideration. What are you going to justify chain link as opposed to the wrought iron?
Good question. So I love the wildlife. I love the woods. I have 2 dogs, and the goal would be to keep other animals safe from our dogs, as well as our dogs safe from those animals. Having the wrought iron with the opening would not prevent that. Versus the chain link, they can't come out. They couldn't affect that. So that's probably the main reason. Is animal protection. For them and for us, we have you know, Cheetah and a golden retriever, and yeah, and I have 2 small children, so I also don't want things that are not welcome. I mean, like the deer and the smaller animals are lovely, but we actually have seen some other animals that are not as friendly. So they would still be able to get in with the wrought iron fence. Like we've seen recently, we have a chupacabra that's actually come through. That I've seen on my Ring cameras a few times, and yeah, I know you're laughing, but we really have. And
a mangy coyote.
Yeah, it's pretty gnarly, and it's been coming out during the day, which is uncharacteristic and alarming. And so, a wrought iron fence wouldn't prevent that animal from coming in my yard.
What's going to keep them from coming up the creek?
Well,
or your dog getting up the creek? The creek is.
Yeah, I mean the grate should prevent things from coming in or going out as far as animals.
Describe the grate again. How I can't wrap my head around that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm thinking something with probably 6-inch gaps that's kind of gridded, that it will protect. Will let water flow through freely, not ever obstruct water, but will stop again, like a lawn chair or larger debris from going through.
Yep.
Obviously, I got to design something that meets the requirements, doesn't, like you said, doesn't cause flooding, still lets water flow, but keeps the natural elements of our property, which is why we love that place. I mean, I wish I didn't have to put up a fence, but I have people dumping on the back of my property. I wish I didn't have to put up a fence. I love sitting on the back porch and watching the deer in the morning. But, you know, not to get into it, I also wish I didn't have 3 new houses on Palomino Cove on 8-foot foundations staring at me while I do that.
Yep. The
fence too, but,
wrought iron fence.
That house has been there for quite some time, it appears. I'm wondering why all of a sudden it's a hardship.
Well, I have small children, and so I haven't lived there the whole time. My wife's grandmother has. So now moving there, I have small children, I have animals, so circumstances have changed.
That has nothing to do with the variance. I mean, the variance is related to your property, not your family size or dogs. Howard?
Yeah, I agree with Jim. You got, it's okay to put up a wrought iron fence because you can see through it. What is the difference between that and a chain link fence that you can also see through? What's the difference? I don't see an issue here.
There's nothing back there.
The difference is the ordinance doesn't allow for chain link fence in a front yard setback, and you have a double front yard.
I think we need to go with the spirit of the law.
Roy said that. What do you mean by that, Howard?
I think
the argument about the animals.
what that means is that if you can see through a one fence and you can see through the other fence, you to me, how do you exempt one fence but say it's okay to have the other fence that you can see through? To me, the spirit of the law is that you can see through the fence, and I can see through a chain link fence.
That's not what the ordinance says, Howard. Only
Aaron,
certain
what's your point on this? Aaron?
Are we talking aesthetics? Are we talking aesthetics here?
Yeah. And the ordinance only allows for certain types of fences in a front yard setback.
If I may, one other issue that kind of makes it awkward, right, is that I believe that 21205, the part on Lot Paloma is considered the front. And for the Lot 2064 and the front is considered Paseo de Vaca Circle. And so that's what makes it so awkward too, is that there's different setbacks on the two. Again, a technicality, because you could never actually put a property on Lot 2065 and make that the front of the property. And so if I were to adhere to the setbacks, again, and I put a chain link fence up, which follow the rules, the fence would be directly in the middle of the creek. And if I did it on my side, on the side, I would lose about a half acre of my lot. And so that's my hardship, is that I would actually give up over a half acre by not putting it on the other side on the property line.
But you're not using the other side. You're just trying to block anybody else from coming on.
No, I am enjoying that property. That is my hardship, is that I would have to give that up, and I don't want to give that up.
But putting in a wrought iron fence, you don't have to give it up.
Correct, but then I also now again
that argument.
I know, but part of the ordinance, I know it's not financial, but I'd also have to pay a lot more money that I don't have to do it.
And that's just not something that we're allowed to consider.
Yeah, Jim, I think you specified two things earlier. One was the public opinion, right? And we've spoken to all our neighbors, and 4 of them have actually offered to help pay for the fences that impact them. No one has complained. They're all happy that we're taking care of the property. And then the second part is the hardship, which by code is if I follow the setback for a fence that is not the wrought iron, right? I mean, I just read it while you guys were talking to Marcus earlier. That is my hardship. So, I mean, look, I'll follow whatever you guys think is the right thing, but that's my opinion, is that is the hardship. If I don't have the money and I don't want to put a wrought iron, which again, on a dead end road, probably doesn't matter and doesn't affect the aesthetics, I would say.
It affects the other people on that road that are, granted they're across the street, but they have to look at that fence.
It really doesn't. It really doesn't. A 1/8 of that is adjacent from them. Their house is facing sideways and it's over 40 feet off the road. So it really doesn't affect them. And their recommendation was I get an electronic fence. When I went to speak with them, an invisible fence, right, for the dogs. When I went to speak with them, I couldn't get out of my car because their dogs ran in the road. So we know how that works. So that's why, I do want a fence. So look, I'll leave it with you. I don't want to argue with you guys, but I think I'm in the right, and I don't think it really impacts anyone.
My primary concern is you designing something that will alleviate the problem.
Okay, we're for double sided. And we have front and back are on 3 different streets.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what was said.
It's not me, it's caller 2 that's not on mute.
Would you repeat yourself? Hello?
Madam Chair, that was caller 2's background noise that we were hearing.
Okay.
That is.
It looks like caller 2 and caller 5 might be the same people. I don't know. I thought someone was making a statement. So you think it was just background noise?
It sounded like might have been Jim Guy.
It was background.
It was garbled.
All right, let's open this for public hearing. If there's anyone else who would like to address the issues of this requested fence and setback or lack of setback.
I'd like to hear, Fred, about what the rest of the public feels of a one fence versus another that you can see through.
Well, I think you'll have to take that up with the city because that's what the ordinance requires.
Aaron, I'm still waiting to hear from you about this.
So the purpose of one of the purposes of allowing a wrought iron fence at the property line is that it's not site obstructing. Mr. Hoover makes a good point that a chain link fence is not site obstructing. One of the other purpose of allowing specifically a wrought iron fence and not allowing the chain link fence has to do with aesthetics. And so that's where the issue diverges. So it's really a call about aesthetics from that standpoint. To address the hardship issue, in this particular case, the applicant has articulated that his hardship has to do with losing his property or use of his property if he had to comply with the setback requirements, which is this as this application was noticed, the variance that you're considering is allowing the 6-foot high chain link fence within the required setbacks. So that's the piece that he's looking for relief from. And so if he were to require to comply with the setback, as he stated, the fence would be in the creek and he would lose use of some of his property. So that's really what's considering. Now, I do understand Mr. Kaysen's comment that the fence could by right be put at his property line as a wrought iron fence, and therefore he may be analyzing this from the perspective that this is purely a financial issue, because in theory you could comply with the setback requirements if you hadn't paid more money to pay for a wrought iron fence. The request is for a chain link fence and relief from the setbacks. So I think that's the request he is requesting relief from. That's what he's asking for. Keep in mind, those seven requirements, and just as a reminder, those are all in section 11 point, I think it's 40. So I didn't make these up out of thin air. That they're 7.20. Those are the criteria in your ordinance that your findings that you're required to make. So if you walk through those based on what he's asking you for, then maybe then you'll be able to reach some determination on who wants to make a motion for what. But that's you have to consider his request based on what he's asking for, keeping in mind that you do have the authority to grant a variance no greater degree minimum that would be required to alleviate his hardship, which he has indicated he would lose use of part of his property, and then it would be impractical to put the fence down the middle of the creek. And that has been found by prior courts, something that land feature would constitute a hardship.
There you go. The other thing is, Aaron, is that it says in number 1, it says would deprive the applicant of reasonable use of his land. Okay. To me, that says I have to grant this variance.
Well,
Because
that's
it's
just one of
reasonable use of his land.
But
It is one of the
if you
factors.
put up an iron fence, he wouldn't need a variance and he wouldn't need to lose to lose any use of his land.
That's right.
So Aaron, are you saying that we can consider granting the variance without considering the fact that he has the option of putting a wrought iron fence and thus not having the hardship that he's applying? That his application is for a hardship for a specifically a chain link fence, and we don't have to look at the fact that he can have the wrought iron fence and still be in compliance.
So that's a tough one, Mr. Kaysen. I think that it should factor into part of your decision making as you go through your findings for each of these 7 items. This is a difficult one.
That's why we have you.
Tim, I believe that wrought iron fence would fall under number 4, that the variance will be no greater than the minimum required to alleviate the difficulty or hardship to which the variance is requested. If we need to go through all of these again, we can do that.
I
Howard
think
is the first one
I think
where it was,
that actually tells me to approve the variance, not deny it.
In true form, Madam Chair, there would be at least some minimal discussion of each of the items. Whether you read them off or not is your, how you, within your discretion of how you like to proceed, but there should be at least some discussion. So there's something on the record about each of these 7 items, so that there's, in an ideal world, there would be a finding specifically on each of them.
okay. Well, the first one obviously addresses the hardship that he could lose access or use of part of his property. That constitutes a hardship for number 1. However, the number 1 also addresses unreasonable disruption of natural terrain or unreasonable destruction of existing flora. I have concerns about that creek, but we're not asked to address that side fence. We're asked to address the one on La Paloma. Is that correct?
No.
The 6-foot chain link on the side is already approved?
No, those are a lot. That chain link fence has been approved by permit.
I think
up to the
I could
setback.
put number 1 in the 4 column. Or number 1 could be answered in favor of granting the variance.
Number 2 also falls into that. The variance is necessary for preservation and enjoyment of a substantial right of the applicant. So those both sort of address the same hardship.
I think you defer that until you answer number 3.
That there is no reasonable alternative to the requisite variance that will alleviate the difficulty or hardship for which the variance is requested. I think that's where your wrought iron fence comes from.
That's the issue.
That and number 4, where you have
Well, I would like to say about number 3, that depends on what you call reasonable. Is $5,000 or $6,000 extra dollars reasonable? I don't think it is. Not when you consider you can see through the fence.
And 7/8 of the fence will be on a dirt road.
But that may not always be a dirt road.
That no one will ever see.
But it won't be. And And the opposed people were all on La Paloma, not on your code side.
One person, not all of
There
them,
were
only one. And the only person that lives in La Paloma.
There were 3 opposed.
Right. Only one on La Paloma. The other one was there at the Baca Circle and thought I built a fence across the creek, which I did not.
Which to me would be destruction of natural terrain. But moving on, number 5, granting of the variance will not have the effect of preventing an orderly use of other land in the area in accordance with the provisions of the chapter. Variance may be granted only when the harmony of the general purpose of the intent of the chapter, the public health, safety, and welfare, may be secured and substantial justice is done. Pecuniary hardship to the applicant standing alone shall not be deemed to constitute undue hardship.
I think dumping trash in the creek is definitely something that affects public health and safety.
I understand also from Roy that there needs to be a, what do you call it, hammerhead end on that La Paloma, so the emergency
Well,
vehicle turn around.
yes, ma'am. There are a number of situations in Lago Vista that have that problem. It doesn't meet current versions of the International Fire Code. If there were ever significant number of properties on the, we would, need to address that.
Yeah, and Roy, would that be addressed right there where La Paloma currently ends, or down that gravel road where it?
Oh, we would need to acquire property or somebody would, and create either a hammerhead or a cul-de-sac or some way for vehicles to turn around without using private property.
But that road, is it private property or does it belong to the city at this point?
It dead ends into private property with no mechanism for turning around.
The road itself is city property as it's platted.
Right.
The gravel road?
And there's no room for a cul-de-sac. We would have to, we would have to acquire right of way or something. That is not the only place where that occurs.
Oh, well, I'm not saying it is. I'm just saying that if he built his fence and then you decide to put this turnaround in there, he's gonna have to take his fence down, or a part of it, or go around it, or do something.
If we were to acquire his property, we would make him whole if we took some of his property.
Can I suggest something?
Sorry.
We could actually prevent people from driving into our creek by having that fence there if they decided to turn around where they already are. Because at the point now, when you run into that sign, you have to do a K-turn or a multiple point turn to get out of that little area at the driveway.
That's a good point.
Yes, for emergency.
You're not going to drive into the creek.
The fire department is not going to drive into the creek.
Yeah.
The fire department is not going to drive into the creek.
Ambulance or fire truck or.
Well, the fire department would have to reverse out. They won't be able to turn around in there.
Move on.
All right, moving on. Variance will not violate the intent of the zoning ordinance nor the city master plan. If you start giving people the ability to put a chain link fence up in the front yard setback, as opposed to wrought iron, people are going to be wanting to do the same thing. Yes, Howard.
Right. Aaron said that every case has to be determined on its own merit. So this has nothing to do with what other people may or may want to do.
Duly noted, Howard. And the last one, that such variance shall not restrict the reasonable and necessary unobstructed access to sunlight and preservation of views of those with properties which might be affected. I would say the only effect would be having to look at the fence.
He could put up a wood fence inside his property line, and then you'd be looking at a wood fence
Yes,
and just have no view.
So
right, Linda.
we should, go ahead.
I just keep getting hung up on the pecuniary hardship to the applicant standing alone shall not be deemed to constitute undue hardship. I'm just like really hung up on that really, definitive statement.
Except that you're not reading, you're taking it out of context, which says that that it has to be in harmony with the general purpose and intent of this chapter, so that public health, safety, and welfare. So trash being jumped in that creek is not in the public health interest, safety, or welfare. So you're taking that statement out of context.
Well, no, because if they put in the wrought iron fence, that would still prevent things from being dumped in the creek.
Yeah, and that goes back to what's reasonable. Is $5,000 or $6,000 in your mind reasonable? If it is, then you vote to block the variance. If it's not, then you vote to allow the variance.
We need to keep in mind too that you have to be able to answer yes to every one of these 7 items, not just one, every one of them. So go back to number 3 and tell me how you answer yes to that. That's my biggest hang-up, that there is a reasonable alternative.
Well, that's
what is the reasonable alternative?
Where he doesn't need a variance.
Wrought iron fence. And the fact that you cannot consider the pecuniary effect throws that out. I mean, I got no problem with that chain link fence in that location. I'm just trying to go by the regulation, because I think that's what we're charged
That's
with.
how I feel too, Jim. In this particular location, I think chain link fence is like acceptable. But it doesn't really give us the option to, well,
How long is this section of fence that we're talking about?
long.
375 feet.
75 feet?
375.
375.
Aaron, I
then
have a
why
question
it's so
for
much
you.
more expensive, because it's a really big chunk of fence. It's a big section of the fence.
Aaron, I have a question for you. What if there's not a supermajority to hold up the variance? Then what happens? I mean, there's no variance. In other words, the variance is not denied, but it's not approved either.
Well, you have to have 75%.
Amadeo, I think.
So if you don't have 6 yes votes to approve the variance, he doesn't get it.
Okay.
It really has more to do with how the motion is worded, because if there's a motion to deny it, you just need a simple majority. But if there's a motion to approve the variance, to grant it, you have to have 75%. You'd have to have 6 votes to grant it.
Well, it looks like there's only 5 of us still left in the meeting.
No, I'm back. I'm on the phone.
Oh, you are? Okay. Oh, good. Okay.
Well, and there were
You
7
must
of
be
us to
calling
start
5.
with, so there should be 7 here still.
Yes.
Aaron, does that mean I need 100% yes vote to get a variance?
You need 75% yes vote.
So 75%, you need six members. I believe you have 7 here. I believe you have Ms. Carroll as the chair. You have Mr. Kaysen, Mr. Hoover, Ms. Aird, Mr. Perez, Mr. Guy, and Mr. Miskey. Is Mike still with us?
Still here.
Yes, he's still there. So you have 7 members present. Sir. You need 6 yeses to get the variance approved, assuming that that's what they move to do.
Okay. Thank you.
Well, let's open the public hearing part of it to see if anybody else has comments about this property or this fence.
Are you still in your meeting?
It's absurd.
Pardon? Is there anyone here that wants to speak to this other than the applicant? Well, if not, then we'll close the public hearing part. Is there any other discussion?
I just wanted to say thank you all for your time today. Appreciate it.
Well, I'd be willing to entertain a motion if someone would like to set it.
I make a motion we grant the variance.
A second.
Are we ready for a vote?
I'll second it. Yep.
Okay, motion's been made and seconded. Yes, Linda.
What is the motion? To accept the variance? Is that the motion?
Yes.
To grant the variance, yes.
Grant the variance, okay.
So I'll do a roll call vote again. Amadeo?
Yes.
Linda? Linda Aird?
Yes.
Was that your response or?
Yeah.
Okay.
I guess full of angst, I guess is my response.
Howard?
Aye.
Jim Kaysen?
Aye.
Jim Guy?
Aye.
All right, well, you don't need my vote.
You guys are all getting Christmas cards.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. Did you have Mike voted yes?
Oh, I'm sorry. Mike, did you vote?
He didn't
vote
vote.
in favor?
I vote aye, yes.
Okay, then now you have 6. We need to properly record the vote. Madam Chair, did you vote nay?
I did.
Okay. So it passes 6-1.
Correct. Okay, I guess we're ready to move on to the last one.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too.
Thank you.
Application for a variance granting relief from a requirement of section 22 of chapter 14 of the Lago Vista Code of Ordinances to allow a 6-foot-high wood privacy type E fence within the required corner lot side yard setback at 4224 Hillside Drive, Country Club Estate, section 7, lot 1338. Roy, do you have a presentation?
Yes, ma'am. We don't know a lot about the exact extent of the fence other than where it is in relation to setback. There are no safety issues involved here. It's purely aesthetics. The staff's primary concern is that it would be in front of an existing fence that is in the proper location. And we are, wondering how good that'll look. But that is, in fact, in essence, what's in front of you.
Board members, may I speak to that very quickly?
Are you the applicant or are you a
Yes, ma'am.
party?
I'm the
Okay.
applicant.
Would you state your name and address, please?
Sean Cunningham, 4224 Hillside Drive, Lago Vista, 78645.
Thank you.
Roy, thank you. And again, Roy, thank you for your help with the deed work that the county's being pretty delinquent on. But the fence in question at 4206 Rockwood, if you guys look at the zoning map that's provided in the packet, you'll notice that their lot is significantly further away from the Yucca Drive, where my fence line is in question right now. It's significantly further away. So the 15-foot build line off the property line doesn't affect them as much. And I guess to go through your list here, my hardship is that I really had no say in the placement or orientation of the initial structure, considering it's a new construction building. And I've listened for 3.5 hours where you guys talk about build lines on the front and the back and the left and the right. And with the way the new construction is exploding here, we don't have a lot of say in where they set the house, nor do we have a lot of say in the ordinances that you guys have all kind of agreed and said need to be maybe revamped to 2020. So my 15-foot build line, the essence of the fence would be to build 5 feet off the property line on Yucca, okay? It would go from the rear property line all the way to the 25-foot front build line, which I agree with that build line. And then Roy would toenail into my neighbor at 4206 Rockwood. My intent was to mirror their style of fence, so it would all be one style. I'd originally wanted to do a horizontal picket, but after reading, what the departments had said about it may look awkward, I thought it would just be better to build a similar fence, privacy fence, that kind of, just goes along my property line and then into my neighbor as well. So that's the idea. There are some of the people on this call that had already built structures and then applied for building permits in the rears. I thought it would be best to just discuss the fence with you now, get the variance on the build line, and then I'll go through the building permit process, which I think is the sequence of events you're supposed to do, but that's what I'm just trying to do. So that's kind of it. The hardship being is, and I can go through the 7 steps if you'd like. You guys have said the word pecuniary a million times. I didn't know what that meant until today, so I appreciate that. Woo!
I had to look it up too.
I know, goodness. So my, there on I guess letter A, special circumstances or conditions affecting the land involved. I had like I said, I had no say in the orientation of the build, and my lot's left to right a little bit skinnier than the lot behind me, so it puts me extremely close and completely reduces the use of that corner lot land, which I actually had some say in where we have playground mulch because I have 2 little kids, to allow them to use that side yard and garden and do all the things that don't require a building permit that are less than 18 inches off the ground, which I will double check on that. But that kind of gets A. B is the variance is necessary for the preservation and enjoyment of the substantial right of the applicant. Guys, I bought in Lago. I love this place. I got a corner lot for that exact reason, to get a little bit more space. So that's B. I do understand that you can put a wrought iron fence directly on the property line. However, with Yucca Drive being a heavily trafficked road between Rockwood and I don't want to say it's National. I want to say it's Oak. What's the Trace Road? I think I'm still learning the roads.
Trace?
Yeah, Yucca is trafficked pretty frequently throughout the day. I don't want to put a fence that you can see through because that alleviates the privacy both to my backyard, and honest to God, I don't want to have my kids back there if someone could potentially see them and I'm in the house doing something, to be quite honest. I requested 5 feet off of the property line to try to maximize the space. I understand the build line's 15. I don't really want to negotiate, but we can. I'm open to it. So there's a, possibly D. E, the granting of the variance will not have the effect of preventing the orderly use of other land in the area in accordance with the provisions of this chapter, in harmony with the general purpose and intent of the chapter. So I've talked to all my neighbors. They think it's a good idea. Those that have opposed, I don't know the one person, and the other person that did lives on the hillside they can't even see my house, so I'm not sure what they have to do with it. I also don't know the master plan, but I feel like it's a cool fence and it's going to make the house look better. And then as far as sunlight, it's only 6 feet tall and the sun's pretty high up there. So that's all I got, guys. I've learned I got the advantage of going last. I got to listen to what everybody else did. So that's where I'm at.
Actually, there were 2 opposed.
Yeah, there's the McElderys who are with an Albuquerque address. I don't know who they are. And then 4109 Hillside is not anywhere near our little kind of cul-de-sac. They're on the other side of Hillside, so I don't see how it affects them at all. I did talk to Norma down the street, my neighbor to the right, who's not present here today. He was going to try to be on it. And the one behind me to try to mirror the fence. Everybody seems to think it'll make the neighborhood look good. Not to mention it's a brand new, fairly attractive house. So I think it just kind of adds to the overall aesthetic of the street and the neighborhood. Howard, what do you have to say, big fella?
Okay, well,
Go
you
ahead,
said
Howard.
you're willing to negotiate. So I guess my question would be to you is, are you willing to move this to 15 feet so that you're on the property line rather than over the property line? Yeah.
No. The build line for the fence is 15 feet off of my property line. Okay, it effectively puts that fence about shoulder width apart from the corner of my house. I'm applying for the variance to put the fence 5 feet off of the property line, which, Roy, correct me if I'm wrong, I didn't measure it, still puts me probably 15 feet off the road, I think. Give or take, I got a tape measure. I could literally run out there and measure. But the variance request is to pull me off of the property line 5 feet instead of 15 feet. So I'd be closer to the property line to maximize the applicable use of the actual land, the lot.
Yeah, and proximity to the street in this case with no adjacent garages or driveways or anything like that is not really an issue. It's purely aesthetics.
Well, except that Yucca Drive is a well-traveled road, and at some point in the future, it may need to widen or add bridges or sidewalks or something.
So yes,
in that right of way.
Yeah, Madam Chairman, there would still be, I don't know what the actual easement is, Roy could answer that, but I still think there'd be plenty of accessible space for the city to either do sidewalk or even widening, and if they decide to curb at some point or whatever they would do. That's why I'm not asking to build on the property line. I'm still giving you, or trying to hope for a little bit of an easement for the city still.
So how far off of the road are you proposing? It's hard for me to tell exactly where the property line is on
At
these.
5 feet, he would be about 17 to 18 feet off the paved edge.
Off the paved edge. And how far is the neighbor's fence off of that?
He's the additional 10 feet.
So he's 25 feet?
Right,
Maybe
that's
slightly more. Yeah.
Right, but that's the argument that 4206 Rockwood's lot sits, the entire lot itself is wider left to right away from Yucca. So his house is oriented more in the center. So his if you're looking at the Rockwood house, his right-hand side fence extends into my neighbor's backyard. The lot is offset if you were to look at that zoning map that's provided on page.
He has a much bigger lot.
Yeah, that's what I guess that's just what I'm trying to say. 4206 is a much larger lot, so the house is more in the center versus the orientation of my house pushes me closer to Yucca Road or Yucca Drive.
Really, on this map, it looks like it's closer to the neighbor's fence on your other side, 4222. But it does look like it's a little bit angled.
4206 is a much larger lot. His right-hand fence is in my neighbor's backyard. That's what I'm trying to say. His house is positioned in the center, so the build line isn't an issue off of Yucca Drive. My lot is narrower left to right.
So, and you already have fence on two sides, right? Because your neighbor doesn't have fence.
Yes, ma'am. So this variance is just for that one side, just the Yucca Drive side.
So did you contract to have the house built, or you buy it after it was built? Or?
I bought it after we went under contract when it was about, I don't know, 80% complete. So I had no ability to make a structural and or engineering slab change.
Well, you probably couldn't anyway because they're on the build, I believe.
There you go.
But you did have ability to know what the ordinance was going to be and where you were going to put the fence before you bought it.
I mean, honest to God, man, I didn't read the entire ordinance manual. I think it's pretty extensive, and I have two kids, and it's been an interesting year. So Lago's ordinances weren't exactly at the top of my reading list. I'm just being honest.
Yeah, I understand.
But when I did read it, I mean, I guess that's why we're here. So I'm trying to get the variance for that.
So let me understand. What you want to do is have it out farther at the front part, where it connects to your house, and then taper back so it runs into the corner of the fence behind you. Is that correct?
The front of the fence will be compliant with the 25-foot build line from the front of the house. Okay, it will run, parallel out to hopefully this variance approval, which will be 5 feet off the property line, which will then run all the way back to the back of my property line, and then I will connect over to my neighbor behind me. The idea would be lining
them up.
But I can't. Yes. Yeah. I mean, in a perfect world, they'd be straight. But because like I said, his lot is so much wider, he doesn't have to compete with that build line like I do.
I got a question. I got a question. Without the variance, and you built the fence there, the required setback, how close to your house would that be on that corner of your house?
With the variance or without it?
Without the variance.
Approximately 5 feet. From the back left corner of my house, the kitchen went, I can't see it, out this corner of my house right here to the fence would be just that 5 feet.
That's the issue, isn't it? There's a pinch right there.
Yes, the orientation of the house it's kicked a little bit, so that build line runs, dang near right on top of that corner.
It looks like the house is straight with the fence that's already built, but your property line is angled rather than the house.
And I'm trying to get what is it? I'm trying to get the preservation and enjoyment of the substantial right of the applicant. I'm just trying to use as much space while trying to be, as thoughtful to the city as possible. Howard, I see you there with your hand up.
Yeah. I have a question for Roy. If Sean decided to put up a fence that, a split rail fence or whatever, okay, that you could see through, we wouldn't even be having this discussion. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
One-
so
it is
what we're really looking at here, the variance is really so that he can put up a wood fence to protect his children from the view of cars driving by who might otherwise decide taking a child would be to their benefit. Yeah.
Well, I can guarantee you this, Howard. If somebody touches my child, that'll be to the detriment of theirs. I'm just trying to do it so if I'm, grilling a hot dog and walk inside to grab a beer, I don't have to worry about my kids in a wrought iron fence that somebody can see them. And I got a lot of things to worry about. That's the last thing I want.
Roy,
Yes, ma'am.
is the other consideration for these solid fences has to do with a vision triangle for driving? And in your opinion, would the fence at 5 foot off the property line be an impediment in any way for traffic?
No, and you raised the point that I was trying to make earlier without belaboring it. Normally the difference of the non-site obstructing fences is because it doesn't impede the location of an adjacent garage or driveway or that sort of thing where safety is an issue. Your neighbor is the only lot adjacent to you. They're not likely to add a garage or a driveway there at any point in time. It just simply wasn't an issue here, notwithstanding the fact that the ordinance would have allowed him to put a non-site obstructing fence in another location. Instead, in our opinion, it's purely aesthetics. It's, whether this fence looks like it's out of place with this different location than the one next to it.
So, Roy, you're saying that there's no safety issue here. Is that correct?
Right. It would only occur if the neighbor on Rockwood, for some reason, decided he needed a driveway on Yucca.
Okay.
And that would require a variance, by the way.
Everything requires a permit these days.
I know, but I waited to build my fence until I talked to you guys, for the record.
Beth, if you want to close the public hearing, I'll make a motion.
Okay, but I have one more question. Is there any way that you could tie it into that neighbor's back corner?
I plan to do that. I plan to do that. I think.
I don't mean have it sticking out 10 feet. I mean like angle it so that it ends at the corner of his fence. I think that might look more aesthetic.
I thought about similar things. It might help a little bit, but at the end of the day, I'm not so, it may be lip service to it more than anything.
And if you look, the neighbor on Rockwood at 4206 has on the exterior of their fence line has large, I don't know what they are, cedar, the ones with the like crumbly bark, cedar trees. There's I think 5 of them that are quite substantial at this point. So even if I were to right angle into their fence line, we've even talked about maybe planting some aesthetic bushes right there so you're not looking at a fence, you're looking more at flora. But with his giant trees, it kind of like what Roy said, even if I 45 it or 60 degree it or something like that, it doesn't matter if I really 90 degree it either way.
It might help a little, but yeah.
I mean, I'm either way. I'm open to it. If I can keep the corner, I'd love to keep the corner. I don't look like an extensive gardener, ladies and gentlemen, but I am, and that's sort of the plan with the backyard. So
I even thought about, maybe that's a good location to put a gate that looks different or something something
I agree.
To make that, and make it look a little better. But now I'm getting into something that has nothing to do with this application.
You're more than welcome to come help me design the fence, Roy. I swear.
Okay, is there anybody that's not on the board that has any comments about this piece of property or this fence? Yes, Paul Roberts.
I think you should approve his application for a variance. Thank you. That is all.
All right, if there's no one else, I'll close the public hearing portion and entertain a motion. Go ahead, Howard.
I make a motion that we approve the variance as stated.
So
I'll
which
second it.
Second.
15 foot off the property line or 5 foot? Don,
5 feet.
5 feet.
5 feet, which would be basically 15 feet off the edge of the road. Is that correct? All right.
Yeah, give or take, yes.
We have a motion and a second to approve it. So we'll go through this one more time. All right, Amadeo,
Yes.
Linda,
Yes.
Howard,
Aye.
Yeah.
Jim Cason,
Are you hungry? Yeah, honey.
was that a yes, Jim?
It was a no.
I'm sorry, somebody else is talking.
It was a no.
Okay, thank you. And Jim Guy,
Aye.
Michael,
Aye.
I'm afraid I have to vote no as well.
Am I allowed to ask why? Because
Aesthetics,
I did all the homework and then you're just saying no, literally just to say no.
I disagree with that. I think there's a good basis for that because
You guys I did everything. I sat here for 3.5 hours and you voted no for no reason.
No, I had a reason. I'll tell it. I don't find that there's anything. I mean, there are a lot of properties in Lago Vista that have the same issue. You know, and I understand your desire to have more property. Everybody's got that desire. I've got that desire. Everybody has that desire. Everybody has kids. Or a lot of people have kids. You know, all you're losing, but I sympathize with you. But
No, you don't, because you would have voted yes. No, you don't. No, you don't. I sat here for 4 hours. You don't sympathize with me. You voted no just to be no. I'm gonna listen. I did it the right way. Okay, I applied for the variance. I didn't build the fence first, like half these people did. Okay, I did everything the right way, and you're saying no just to say no. And you're making Lago Vista a place people don't want to live after having gone through this process for 4 hours. Both of you.
Mr. Cunningham, my objection is the 5 foot setback. I believe it needs to be a little more, or it needs to be angled into that other fence, or it's an aesthetic issue.
Okay. So what does this entail then? That I reapply and spend $250 more for a separate variation?
No, it doesn't.
Then why didn't you say that? You said nothing.
You want to make an alternate motion?
Yeah, we can change the motion. We can. It's just what you actually requested that we're denying.
Okay, make the motion so I angle the fence in. How far would you like the angle to be?
Well, no, we're taking out a 15-foot setback, and you're asking us to make it 5.
No. Your objection was that you wanted to angle back into my neighbor's property line, who has a larger left to right lot. You're comparing apples to watermelons when it comes to the orientation of their house. Yes, you are.
No, I'm not.
The footprint of my house is different than the footprint of their house on a smaller lot.
Yes, it is.
Okay, so why don't we just say, I'll run the 5-foot setback and angle it into their fence at the end? You're asking me to give up property that I'm not going to use the word pecuniary because that's been overplayed. But I mean, what else more do you want us to do out here? We sit before the board for 4 hours. You guys deliberate over
I personally would
craziness,
like to see a
and then you
uniform
just say
fence
no.
line on major thoroughfares.
I'm sorry, what was that?
That I personally would like to see a uniform fence line on major thoroughfares, not have
But
one.
you're applying the footprint of my neighbor behind me's lot, whose house has been there for a long time, and the dimensionals of their lot to my lot. That's the point of having a variance board. Their lot doesn't apply to the same thing my lot does because I don't have the usable space.
There are a lot of other lots in Largo Vista that do apply.
Well, you know, those other lots I don't care about, Jim. I care about my lot.
Your lot is not
Okay, so let me ask you this. I'm going to build the fence where I wanted to build it. Okay. I asked you guys for permission. You said no for a ridiculous reason. Then what happens? Then I'm back here again fighting with you guys. I mean, this is crazy.
Sure. You end up
Sorry,
with
who's talking?
violations and you're going to be in front of me, and because your violation would be against the zoning ordinance, it's $2,000 a day penalty, sir. That's what happens if you build your fence without.
So is the gentleman with the deck being charged $2,000 a day?
He's going through the process. He has a code enforcement violation that he's having to address.
So how would you like me to build a fence that maximizes the usable space of my backyard and doesn't piss off Mr. How would you like me to handle that?
You can either, sir, you need to be respectful of the board, sir. Otherwise, we're just going to mute you. And at this point, the board has gone through all of its agenda items, and in theory, it could end this meeting. So
Aaron, I said it's 4 hours. And I'm asking you guys to respect my time.
We're not getting paid a lot of money for this either.
Well, tell me how to build the fence where I don't get two grand a day.
You said that you were willing to negotiate or compromise.
Tell me.
What do you have?
You want it 7 feet off the property line and tapered into the back fence?
I would like to see a uniform fence line.
May I make a point of order, Madam Chairwoman? I'd like to make a point of order. The applicant has been recognized. You're the chairwoman. If you want to reconsider your motion and hear and open it back up for public comments and hear what the applicant and other considerations that the applicant has or would like to appeal to and negotiate, I would encourage you to ask someone on the board, someone on the board to make a motion to reconsider. If I'm saying that correctly, Aaron can affirm or correct me on that, if you guys want to reconsider or otherwise. Thank you.
There's also an option for an alternate motion. Nobody's adjourned yet.
No, we're not.
So the motion to approve the variance as written has failed. If there is, the chair can make a motion or accept other motions that are different than that. You can't make the same motion. If you want the same motion, you'd have to reconsider. So those are the options, or you can move on.
I say we move on.
Jim, do you have any suggestions of how we can hasten?
I have a lot of problems with code in the way it's written, but I'm just trying to read what the reg says, what it says I have to consider to make a decision, and that's what I did. If the code needs to be changed, and I believe it does in a lot of cases, we need to get about doing that. But
Mr. Cason, then you're essentially people right now are then being punished for a code enforcement or code that's not being updated as fast enough, which I get it. And to God, that could take forever. I get it. But I just want to know where I can build my fence so I don't get charged $2 grand a day in an economic climate that's pretty ugly.
Well, I mean, the short answer to that is within the code.
So all that space on the outside is just then unusable space?
It happens to everybody. It happens to a lot of people around here. That's the way the code's written.
Do they all apply for variances?
That's why I can't, have such difficulty granting these variances, because everybody else doesn't have the same right. I mean, there has to be something unique about your property that sets it off, that causes hardship. And it's not, what you have here is not unique.
So it doesn't constitute a hardship? That's what I don't understand. I guess.
Let me say something, okay? The only part that I see that's a little bit inconvenient is that back corner of your house where it says within 5 feet. You have plenty of backyard and you have plenty of side yard too, except where that pinches. And I don't know that it really deserves a variance on it. I'm kind of siding with Jim now. So if anybody's gonna make a motion, I make a motion we adjourn. We've been here too long already.
But the applicants have been here equally as long.
Okay.
I mean, caller number 4, who I don't know who you are.
Amadeo Perez. I'm on the board of variance, and again, I'm ready to go home. I'm ready to end this thing.
Yeah, it's beer 30. I get it. Do we have any other recommendation as to an alternative way to build the fence to max back? A privacy fence, because apparently I found out today that there's some sexual predators in the neighborhood. So is there any other way to do it?
Madam
Anybody?
Chair, unless you want to continue discussion on this item, you have one more business item, which is comments from your council liaison and discussion of future agenda item.
I'm sorry, Aaron, I didn't get that. What did you say?
If the chair if there are no other motions on the table, I'm reminding the chair that there's one more business item, which is comments from your new council liaison, and then discussion of future agenda items. And if there's no other motion that the chair wants, that we'll hear this evening.
Well, I don't hear any other motions, so I'm gonna have to move on to the next agenda item, which would be comments from Ms. Marion, our new council.
Can I get off this call now?
Pardon?
Yeah. Fucking idiots.
This is Marcus. I have one quick question for your Roy or Aaron. I want to go about doing what I need to do properly. I don't need or want a $2,000 fine. So Roy, are y'all going to reach out to me on the city side, or do I need to do anything on my end to?
It's a busy week. Can you send me an email and get our building official? It has to do with, the wall more than anything else. The 2 feet ought to be correctable without major heartbreak. We just need to get that wall permitted.
Okay.
Thanks.
Is your email in the packet anywhere?
It's on the website.
Okay. I can find it. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Roy, do they have any recourse if they go to city council to get some of these things changed?
Madam Chair, if they want to do something with regard to your decision today, they'd have to go to district court. The other approach would be to not build a fence, just wait, go to city council and advocate to have whatever regulations changed. If the city council chose to request that staff go through the process or the proper board or commission go through the process to evaluate and come back with a new proposal, that could happen. What your applicants would have to do is simply wait wait until the rules and the law, the regulations are changed in a way that they could comply with.
Jim, did you have something? I think I saw you with your hand up.
No, I didn't.
Okay. All right. So, as Aaron pointed out, the last agenda item is a comment from our new council liaison.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm Shalane Marion. Again, new council liaison to Board of Adjustment. I'm really excited to actually be a part of this board. Though I understand largely a kind of a silent observer in many cases, but learned a lot this evening. I really enjoyed the active participation and conversation among the members of the board. So, thank you for that. I really have learned a lot. I have a steep learning curve ahead of me, but I'm doing my best to learn as quickly as possible. And just like I said, look forward to serving as the liaison, and looking forward to anything that you guys may ask me to carry forward to the council in future board meetings. I'm not sure what else typically council members say during council liaison comments, but that's about all I have for this evening.
Well, thank you and welcome. Yes, Jim? No? All right, I think we're probably ready to adjourn if anybody would like to make that.
Make a motion to adjourn.
And the second?
Do we want to discuss future agenda items? I mean, do we need to look at, I don't know what we can do with any of these regs, because most of it comes out of P&Z. But, do we need to discuss more how we handle these things? I mean, I understand the hardship that we're putting on some of these people, but I don't see how you comply with the code and not do that.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is, and unfortunately COVID, and don't get me wrong, all ordinances, make it difficult or, onerous to justify a variance. They're not intended to be impossible, however. Some of the language in our ordinance is a little than is typical. And except for COVID, I think the intent was to get you guys together with P&Z and express your frustration with standards that are, if you apply them strictly, may be impossible to meet. That hasn't happened, and applicants are suffering because of it. And even the ability for us to effectively schedule that joint meeting, but even though you're not the ones to write the ordinance, it's important that you express your desire to have that ordinance amended so that you don't have to turn your back to approve a variance that you think is justified, except for that overly strict language. Does that make any sense?
Yes, and I would look forward to that meeting with
Yeah,
Aaron.
things have conspired against that not happening. They really have, and I don't know what we're supposed to do about it, but it needs to be done eventually, somehow, some way.
My recommendation,
Robert.
Madam Chairman,
Pardon?
My recommendation would be that once you have your new members, or if you all remain the same here in January, that through your council liaison, you can work to coordinate with P&Z, and then of course staff will work on the backside as well to set up a meeting. It's difficult to do these coordination meetings on through GoTo, but it's certainly possible, and it sounds like there's a great desire to try to address these things sooner rather than later, so we can help facilitate that. But my recommendation would be at your January meeting that you have this discussion with your whoever your body is in full with your new commission or new board, and work through Councilor Marion to get something set up with P&Z. And we can do a training at that time too, if that's your desire as well.
Are we still at a limit of 10 people in a gathering?
For now, yes.
Gathering.
Beth, I gotta go. I'm
Okay.
already late for another meeting, and I never thought this would go 4 hours, but it has.
Well, we
And I've got to go too, because I've got a dog who is just about ready to jump out the front door without me if I don't take her.
Well, I
Madam
guess
Chair.
on the next meeting, we need to be sure and put some
Paul
of this.
has a comment.
I don't want to keep you guys just less than 30 seconds, just real quick. I have been going to every single city council meeting and planning and zoning meeting for almost 2 years straight now. I've recently started watching your meetings, and I must say that what I enjoy most about watching your meetings is you guys are different in that you're, in my opinion, and this is subjective, I suppose, but you guys ask a lot of questions and you really try to arrive at the right decision. But what separates you is you ask a lot of questions and you have a lot of debate and a lot of back and forth. And that's my objective, honest observation. And I applaud you guys for that. Thank you for volunteering and thank you for what you're doing. And one other thing, I followed Shalane during her campaign for council, and I think you guys are going to love having her as your council liaison. Have a great night.
Thank you, Robert.
Thank you for your input. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, Paul.
Make a motion that we end this evening.
All right. Have a second yet?
Second.
Thank you,
Bye,
Howard.
everyone. Okay,
All in
Aye.
favor? I don't think we need
Thanks
a
for your
roll call.
service, everybody.
I
Meeting's
think it's
adjourned.
unanimous. Thank y'all.
Good night.
Thank you.
Bye.
Thanks for hanging in there, guys.
Thank you.